Misty, would you call the roll, please?
Al Glanville.
Here.
J.R. Huddleston.
Here.
Deborah Johnston. Bill Luken.
Here.
Travis Borbeck.
Here.
Larry Pratt.
Here.
Gary Telkamp.
Here.
Linda Varvel. Here. Thank you.
Join me. Pledge allegiance.
Oh, there it is.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As always, a reminder of our conflict of interest. If there's anything on the agenda that you need to let the council know about before you vote on it, please let them know. Need a motion to approve an amended agenda. I'd like to add the item D, an executive session for South Dakota Codified Law 1-25-2-3 legal.
Make a motion to approve an amended agenda, adding item D, executive session, in accordance with South Dakota Codified Law 1-25-2-3, legal.
Second.
Discussion?
We're going to executive session.
Not yet?
Then we'll bring you the will.
Nobody's opposed to it. Motion passes. Or did I ask for all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Just curious. All right. Need a motion to waive council pay for the special meeting?
Make a motion to waive council pay for the special meeting.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Move on to, need a motion to go into executive session.
Go ahead.
I make a motion, we go into an executive session in accordance with South Dakota Codified Law 1-25-2-3, legal.
Second.
I got Linda.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
You're on.
All right, so we came back in session at 5:21. So that brings us to our next agenda item. Any communications from the public? All right. Misty, would you start us off again?
Yeah, so tonight's the hard work, where we look at some of the bigger expenditure budgets. I want to take you back to economic development and assistance on page 26. I told you I was waiting for some information from the Director of Equalization on the residential tax rebates, and I was able to lower that $5,000. I have $30,000, and because we actually lost two off of it last year, it's now down to 25. That is an estimate, but it's a fairly decent estimate, so that total budget is now $47,000.
Run that by me again, I was still looking for the page, sorry.
The very last one on there, the residential tax rebates is at $30,000,
Okay.
and we're changing that to 25. And the reason we're changing that is that I was able to get estimates from the Director of Equalization based off of this year's property tax values and what we may pay back as rebates for next year. If you, well, I don't remember if you were around when we started this, I didn't like it at the beginning, but we have it, and now I'm living with it. And it's 5 years of rebates of your property taxes. It's only the city portion, so I have no way to calculate it. The county has to break down their total taxes, what part is the city's and what part is the increase in value. And then for 5 years, people can get rebates on that. After the 5 years, they're done. The problem is, it was going for about 3 or 4 years before all the construction got completed and the assessed value went up. So I think we estimated about 9 to 11 years to do this. We repealed it, we don't do it anymore. We really only are rebating taxes of some of the highest end homes. It really didn't have the intended effect of the ordinance. The hope was that it would get people to fix their older homes and, you know, help people build affordable housing, and it didn't really have the intended effect, so we repealed it. I'm sorry, I can't remember the year, but we're still doing what we said we'd do through the term.
And when does this discontinue then?
I think it's 31. So some people didn't finish their homes and their assessed value didn't go up, so we didn't start the rebates till much later, so.
Okay.
We got to a peak, we're kind of at the peak, and then they have to apply every year. I send out the paperwork to everyone every year, and if they don't send it back in time, they can't get it the next year, they're done. So we have people that fall off because they're at the end of the 5 years, and then we have people that fall off because they didn't return the paperwork, so. We're just estimating at this point, but I lowered that by 5,000.
So the new number is
Would you go back
62,000.
to those, totals on the far right column, so I can't write.
2,000,
Yep.
Total for.
20,000,
2025.
and 25,000.
47, 2024 projected.
I want to make sure I had it right.
You got it right?
Well, I do now.
All right. So Tuesday night, we got through a number of, oh, can we wait a second? Ready?
Whoa.
Okay. For those of you waiting, we're gonna start at general government buildings. It's on page 5.
Is it to the right or the
It is
left?
to the right.
I got it, Misty, thanks.
Yep. So Larry, I just told everybody we're gonna start tonight on page 5, which is general government buildings. And it's also in your Excel spreadsheet, it's farther to the right.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, fourth one over. I'll go through the numbers from the budget notes. We have $10,000 for fireworks budgeted. I won't tell you exactly how we got to that number, but it was requested because costs and shipping prices are increasing, and those that host the show want to make sure it's a good show. And we're still hoping bid will match, or not match anymore, but still contribute $5,000 towards the fireworks. So I'm gonna start on the top line. Those are just from the notes. We used to, salaries and wages and all that, I'm gonna take it off in the next couple years, but in 2020, we replaced our city hall cleaner with a contractor, so we no longer have those expenses. $9,300 for South Dakota Public Assurance Alliance. $53,000 for services and fees. I looked a little closer at those to see if there was any room to cut anything. I'm not budgeting anything for bank charges, hoping that our earnings credits stay high. The audit, I do anticipate, will need a single audit, so that's the price if we have to have a single audit and just on one program. Black Hills Technology 2810 Ecolab, that they spray. Our city website is on here, our cleaner expense is on here, and then there's a small amount, $25.40, that we're estimating for electricians, plumbers, heating folks. So we have $53,000 there. All of our, or the majority of our publishing comes out of this department, that's $9,000. And if anybody sees anything again tonight, year-to-date, that makes you want to change any of these numbers, please just jump in. Doesn't
Well,
bother
we
me.
buy the city website, is that something we need to be doing? $2,500, who's gonna do this? Is that what they charge?
Have you checked out our website?
Oh, Revise is the name of the company.
Pardon?
They
Revise
host
is
it.
the name of the company.
They
We're not doing
host
it.
it.
Oh, okay, revise the name
Because
of
we
it,
did
okay.
a revision last year.
Okay.
Yeah. And we have a great website, and Ariel actually does the majority of the
Yeah, a little
updates
bit
on the site.
misleading.
You know, we shouldn't have to totally revise it anymore.
We're not.
Okay,
Unless they
thank
do
you.
what the last place did to us and wait till the end of our agreement and just price that
Okay.
whole lot. Copier maintenance, is included in equipment repairs and maintenance of $6,000. What does that look like for you guys? You might be able to take that down. 500 or 1,000 if anybody wants to. If you don't speak up, I'm just gonna leave it.
Mason?
Yep,
Building repairs and maintenance is highlighted, but there's nothing in it.
nope.
Okay.
The notes that are there are last year's notes, and we talked about this, and you told me not to put anything in there. You just wanted to make a point of that?
Just wanted to be out there.
Yeah, and that's not just City Hall, but it's been a goal of mine to make sure that we budget something and do improvements to our beautiful sandstone building, but we simply don't have extra this year and don't have any real projects that are absolutely detrimental. We are hoping that what we budgeted for this year gets done. Maybe you want to give an update on where we're at with that, Bob?
Well, the drying system is installed, but I have, the masonry quotes for the tuck pointing on the back, but I have to get a grant so that we can use the remaining funds and get a match.
And any, about the sloughed earth, like getting the,
Yeah, we're gonna do that in-house.
this year,
Yeah.
safe?
Would that be something you get through Deadwood?
That's the Deadwood Fund, from the state, Deadwood Historic Preservation.
But we do have to have matching for that.
Yeah, we have a little, we have
It's
some
this
money.
year.
We have some money left.
This year.
So we won't do anything next year.
No, we don't have anything budgeted for next year. Supplies, we have 7,250.
So, did you wanna take down, equipment and repairs, maybe by 5,000?
I could, but I heard no when I asked. Are you, is anyone?
Maybe by 500.
Five-
No, 5,000. Take it down to 5,000.
Is that an accurate depiction on our 24 projection that we did pay 6,000 per copier repair for this year? Did we
Well,
pay that?
No, our current, our 2024 projected is 6,000 and we're at, oh, we're at,
1997?
yeah, but we're behind in
Oh.
arrears. We're 1 month behind.
Currently, I have
Oh.
$3,636.99.
So I printed these 724.
Okay, I forgot.
So we're about halfway through the year.
We're at 3,400, so 6,000 is where we should stay. Okay.
Why don't we look into that, see if we can pull up what recently posted to that? Because that seems a little far off from what I printed just on the 24. Bills in between. Yeah. So we'll check into that, and I'm willing to drop it, but if it is 30,
I mean, our copies go from $300 to $500 a month because we're charged per piece of paper and per line of color.
and color is more expensive than black and white, and we put notes on the copier, because we do have a couple employees who don't seem to care if they waste 50 pages of color printing. But we can't control that.
It's pretty, but it's not necessary.
Well, and no, they end up printing something from a website and 17 pages of something print that,
Is
you know.
Is that a Century Business Server? Is that a network server? We're using Century Business Service for,
It's our multifunction printer at City Hall.
is Century Business taking care of that?
Yes, we have a lease with them.
So you could put that on a network, and that way you
It
can
is on
restrict, you know how many prints each employee makes, and you can restrict them.
Yeah, we know. We know but we can't control employees' behavior. We can just say, hey,
I mean, if they're restricted, you don't have to do anything.
How do you-
Sorry, you're restricted to 25.
but what if they need it for their job? I mean, I don't have time to restrict and unrestrict people's printing capabilities.
Just saying.
Yeah, this is a behavioral issue with an employee. That's not something that we're gonna be able to fix. And that's just the difference in the cost. We all use the printer. There's 8 of us in there who use the printer.
On the surface, if we're gonna really get serious, it sounds like we've got to, on our budget, we're gonna have to, people are gonna have to modify their behavior.
Oh, you said an employee,
It's not you.
but to Travis's point, if it's only a single employee,
Who wanted to get his own copier.
let's go ahead and crank, let's limit it. And if he gets to a point, if the individual gets to a point he can't print something, I say, well, here's why. And if you want us to bump it back up, and start printing in black and white, or that's what you're gonna be stuck with, and figure it out.
I don't know how to restrict it, so I'll have to talk to our IT guys and Century
using
Business
paper cut?
Products about that. What?
Use PaperCut?
Are we using paper?
It's a software.
Talk with Zach, see if Zach-
And then determine what amount do I restrict it to?
we can start out at 5 and see.
Personally, I don't print anything in color anymore. I used to, but I don't anymore.
Because that was
Too
posted way
expensive.
before.
Maybe it's nickels and dimes we're talking about, but it all ends up in the end.
That could be a performance issue.
So, it's not the only one. Are we gonna lower that or leave it?
If she said 3,400 today, then
Leave it.
And
Pretty
I say we
Oh,
do.
okay.
that she understood.
Okay.
All right, so where were we? Supplies.
Right.
7,250. Postage rate increases every other day now, it seems like. It used to be a big deal. Janitorial supplies, 2,300. Travel and conference, 5,350. And this is actually to memberships, so it's not individuals travel or conferences. It's our SDML annual membership at 3,500 and our Black Hills Council of Local Governments membership at 1,850.
And Gary, remember, we don't touch SDML membership.
Telephone, 3,800, electricity, 4,800, propane, 4,500, and that depends on price and temperature. I just sent out my emails for the 2024/2025 heating season to all the propane companies looking for bids, so sometimes we have to adjust propane after it's awarded and depending on how much we use. Other current expense, that's where we have fireworks.
I'll make a green suit recommendation to keep that at 5.
Any objections?
Nope.
I'm changing that to 5. Computer software, that includes our Banyan fund accounting, payroll, vault backup, time card, and our Black Hills Technology Sentinel One, and our Sonic Wall security packages on the firewall. So now I have a new updated total of $114,150. You should have had
No,
119.
you're right.
Okay, we dropped it.
Get out.
So then, I don't, if you're feeling up to it, the next one I have is just,
Let's stop, just back
Yeah.
up. If we buy any propane during the summer, do we get any summer rates? Can we save any money on that?
well, that's why we go out for bid and pre-buy now.
Okay.
So trying to take advantage of a secured rate through the heating season.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, good question.
Thanks for the reminder, I gotta do that. I forgot about that.
We're gonna move 2 tabs over and just 2 pages down to 7 to the police department. There's some detailed budget notes. I changed the way I budget for the first time since I've been using my Excel spreadsheet to estimate payroll, just in the police department and just for the police officers, not the admin assistant. Instead of using the historic 80 hours per pay period, which equals 2,080 hours a year that we use for everyone else, I've changed it to 86. You passed earlier, I can't remember if it was the end of last year, earlier this year, that FLSA exemption for overtime to allow officers to work 86 hours in a pay period before overtime happens, but we never budgeted for everyone to work consistently those hours. So, and last year we supplemented the police department salaries and wages like 65,000 or something, so that we are not faced with that at the end of this year. I changed it to 2,236 hours as opposed to the 2,080 for everybody because of the consistent overtime in that department, to be more realistic in our budget. Then I also added the 5% increase to that amount, which I have done historically and typically was enough to cover totals that are added because we have holiday pay 2 times the rate of pay. We have pay premiums like night differential, and so that 5% would hopefully cover any additional overtime and those premium pays that we offer. This change increases the budget by about $70,000 without the new officer that they're requesting, and $110,000 with the new officer. So the next note, calculated, I have $93,200 for 1 new full-time officer. The estimated additional expenses do not include initial outfitting, which would include radios, body cameras, vest, handgun with all accessories, clips, holsters, ammo, rifles with the same accessories like scopes, slings, and suppressors. All clothing required for a full-time officer, including boots, handcuffs, sets of keys, computers, in-car and in the office, cell phone with accessories, the fully outfitted vehicle, the added fuel expense, or the ammo and training. When you see a lot of red on this spreadsheet, to make it easier for us, in the projected column with the amount, I have what it would be if we don't add the officer, plus what it would be with the officer. So the total you're looking at is with the new full-time officer. Just remember, these estimates don't include those other things. And so if we decide we want to take one or the other of these out, we can do it fairly easily as we go through. But it does add to several categories, so you'll see a lot of red in there with the amounts listed on there. The other notes that we have for the police department, they're requesting $88,000 for a new fully outfitted PD vehicle. And then I just have notes, the SRO contract with the school expires March of 2025, and although I made no changes to budget estimates, we talked about this a little bit the other night, we need to recalculate the expenses and renegotiate terms at renewal. I'm recommending, same thing I did at the beginning when we had this, that we start at 75% and 25% just because the school year is 9 months, and that we include all actual wages paid, employment benefit expenses, training expenses, and we switched to the payment to a reimbursement basis and not a predetermined amount that worked 3 years ago, but might not work 3 years from now because of changes in salaries and wages and payroll and expenses. So we don't have to do that tonight, but that's just another note because that does change in 2025, and I'm just leaving the budget the way it has been. And then this is year 3 of 5-year lease TASER bundles with a $4,400 a year payment and body camera bundles that have a $10,050 a year payment.
Are you jumping around or is all this on?
These are on the notes,
On the
so I
notes.
just want to talk
Oh,
about
on
those
those
before we
notes.
get
Okay.
to the,
Thank you. Trying
yeah.
to find it up here.
Sorry about that.
Trying to catch up or going on.
So the first line is salaries and wages. In there, it does include my recalculation from 2080 to 2236. It would be $640,856, and if you add a new employee, I have wages estimated at $67,150. So the total you see is $708,006. And this right here at the top would be a good time to discuss how we feel about adding a new officer, because it's going to change all the numbers from here down if we do. Or not change them, leave them as it is, and if you don't, I got to change them.
Argument for a full-time.
Let me start out here. Bob and I met with Chief Norton and went over his budget. And as Misty just pointed out, the 2 significant changes in his budget are potential new officer and new vet. And going over, and when you look at his other items, they're not significant changes. They're kind of consistent with everything else. When we talked with him, my comment to him was, don't be surprised if you don't get either one of them. I suspect you're not going to get both of them. So if you want one, which one do you want? And he advocated for the new position. Misty was talking about overtime. Bill and I get overtime sheets. You're all able to see overtime sheets if you want. We see them. I've signed all of the overtime from the police department. Finance is correct. There is a lot of overtime that comes from the police department. overtime they're asking for is justified. Right now, we're down one officer, not full-time, he's got an injury. I see that we're also kind of a victim of our own success. The attorneys, I don't remember the executive session where it might have been, but it's been mentioned that crime in Fall River County is going up significantly. Some of the overtime is coming from coverage, because we have officers now that are staying with us longer than they did before. They've got some annual leave that they're using. So at the time when I talked to them, it's like, okay, I get it. Until Misty, Bob, and I sat down and looked at the other things we talked about. The 1.99 for our sidewalk, $420,000 for our lights, those other items. These are two significant items in one budget. At this point, I certainly can't advocate for a new vehicle. Chief said he could get by with what he has. So it comes down to the new position. And the overtime's going to be less than the new position. So it's up to you folks, how you want to handle that.
If I could just add to approving it is approving an ongoing long-term expense. If we get to cut back budgeting next year, this is something that will be there, where a vehicle would be purchased in 2025 and not matter in 2026, but a person who has a job is hopefully going to be ongoing and long-term.
In the past budget meetings, they have said that we should be giving them a new car every year because of the rotational, by the time they get to the end of their life, 8 years, there's one vehicle per officer. 8 years, that vehicle's got 500,000 miles on it or whatever. And so, we should be giving them a car every year, which we haven't for the last 2 years.
Different department heads, that we've had different department heads, and different department heads ask for different things and have different things. that
We
are-
were able, the chief was able to creatively, was able to justify, and I want to call it creatively finance one, not this year, but the year before. So it would be great, but, this will catch up with us eventually, but
Yeah.
he's
So
confident.
vehicles are an ongoing expense, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. May I share some thoughts?
Share my thoughts.
I know, most of you know that I do support the police department, but I hope you know I don't blindly support the police department. But I did put some thoughts down that I wanted to share. And Bob's already covered that a lot, that an additional officer, if I understand everything I think I know, would be about $110,000. The overtime that we're looking at this year is $70,000, so the net increase is gonna be, if we approve an officer, is $40,000 to $50,000. And as Misty said, it is a recurring expense. Some things to think about is, as the mayor said, we currently have one officer out on a job-related injury that occurred while fighting a suspect. He didn't slip on ice. He got hurt fighting someone.
There's not work comp covering that?
Yeah, but he's not out, and so overtime is covering his shift. Again, we keep officers because we're now a good place to work. There's more leave. The level of violence and the potential violence facing our community and our department is increasing, as is noted in our statistics, and I'll share that with some specifics with you. An additional officer will not only help manage overtime, but I believe it will reduce the amount of single coverage time, which should improve community and officer safety. There's a lot of stuff that goes on, and when there's only a single officer, that is a risk. So let me, if you'll bear with me, first category I want to look at is assaults. And every category I'm going to give you will go from 2022 stats, 23, and year-to-date 24. So assaults, 76, 115, year-to-date we've had 87, and this is as of the end of June. And these cases typically need backup for the officer, for officer safety and for victim safety. Disorderly conduct, 19, 12, and 11. Disturbances, 139, 120, 47. Drunkenness, 47, 41, 45. Drug citations. These cases take a lot of officer time and often result in court time. Typically, if there's a drug citation, it pulls the officer off the street for inventory and booking and such. 83, 118, 50. DUIs, and again, these cases take a lot of time and often result in court time. 50, 57, 19. Mental cases. These cases take a huge amount of time because often the officer is sitting with the individual in the ER until they can be approved for a mental health hold and then transported to an appropriate facility. 9, 12, 15 year-to-date. Suicides, 19, 22, 20. Suspicious persons, 112, 83, 53. So when the generic statement is made that crime is on the increase, I just pulled these categories out because these are some of our high risk. When I say that the officers responded to X% of their calls were high risk, these are some of the high risk categories. And so I heard a saying when I was working, and I'll use it again, I wish it was my own, but if our only tool is a hammer, then every problem will look like a nail. So when it comes to public safety, I believe it's important to consider more than just the budgetary impact when it comes to this particular request. And I know this is ugly. We have the ugliest deficit I've ever seen in my now 7th year on council. And I've personally thought long and hard should this be a hard no? For me on the car, it's a hard no. That's something I think we can say no on without adverse consequences. The person, I think it's an important public safety issue, so I think it's important, and I'll just leave it at that.
Can you clarify, as you were trying to net those numbers, are you asking me not to use the 86 per pay period as an estimate? Because that's where the 70 comes from. And I feel like that change needs to happen because they're now scheduling.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
No,
so you tried to, you said the net was like 40-something thousand. That's not true. We're adding 70 with this new calculation, and then adding a new employee would add another 93.2. You can't net those
Okay,
together. Those add together. They don't subtract from one another. Unless you're saying that they're gonna go back to 2080 and.
No, because that's one of the things that's, by going to 12-hour shifts, which allow them to, which result in the 86 hours.
We talk about safety, public safety and importance. 12 hours of being a police officer, anything over that, we shouldn't be doing that for them. They shouldn't be working 18 hours in a 24-hour day or 16 hours in a 24-day. That's not safe either.
But
more sequential time off.
For
As someone who
some of
worked,
them, because they don't all work
has
as
worked,
well.
someone who worked the 12-hour shifts.
And that's,
Was a real
but
benefit.
it's been a real retention tool so that they know what their
Sounds
days are.
okay, but over that, that's not safe.
I think that's part of the chief's justification for an additional position.
Yeah, I didn't do that, though.
Is it allows him more flexibility in scheduling, and when somebody is necessarily gone for training, as you approve more training, then our officer's gone for that more training.
Ah.
Somebody has to cover it. So he's saying that an additional position will help with that type of coverage, when officers are away for training, and when they're otherwise not able to end the shift when they normally would, because they're still finishing up a call or finishing up their day's work.
What's the public's perception? Because do they feel like we're overstaffed, or we're properly staffed, or crime is running rampant? My perception is I'm living in Mayberry, so I'm obviously quite naive, because Bill's statistics don't support that perception. And I'm thinking that we're probably overstaffed from what I see. Now, what does the general public see? They're not partying all these figures that Bill has. Bill's on the committee, so he knows a lot more about it than I do, so obviously, so.
But
But it's just,
the
it's a
fact that
question.
you feel safe is probably a good thing.
That's a good point. That's the other part of the question.
But when residents are finding crack cocaine outside of their doorways, when there are assaults almost, not necessarily daily, but the reason I was listening when I came in is they were finishing up on an assault. There's a lot goes on in this town, and the folks do an excellent job of managing it, but it's, when I got on council, it was a lot of traffic stops, and things were a lot more minor than they are now. And so it's not Mayberry.
You know, the public, a lot of times they look and say, well, we need to hire an assistant. And then 6 months down the road, the assistant needs an assistant. And it's just a snowball effect. It just keeps on going. Pretty soon we've got 5 people doing the job with 1 person. And so I'm just asking, where's the
Gary,
public in this?
I can tell you from where I live at over there, we had for a long time, our neighbor over there wasn't, the best neighbor to have. But it's got cleaned up, we're doing a great job down there. And I can tell you, based on what Bill's saying, just in the neighborhood I live in, the amount of calls, I mean, I was surprised a couple nights ago, we had to have a call that come across to a possible domestic in the neighborhood over there. And then we had one that happened over at Dollar General store, and it was like, wow. You don't hardly see the cops in that neighborhood anymore. To me, having an extra officer, and we worked hard as a council to build that police force up. When we worked really hard, we argued respectfully to each other. I personally, myself, having an extra officer gives that sense of security. There was a time where I would go out in the yard with, and it sounds crazy, but have a stick in my hand. Now I go out in the yard and late at night, and it's like, I feel safe, but that's just me, you know.
I was just throwing this out for
Right,
discussion. I don't have an opinion because I don't have the background or the knowledge that Bill has and like you have. I'm just, they're doing an excellent job where I live at because I don't see any issues other than cats. But,
I'm just reading the Fall River Herald and the police calls. I know that they include the sheriff as well, and they don't indicate which is which. You can only tell if you know how the addressing system goes, whether it's Edgewater or Hot Springs. But the calls have increased from, they were around 30 a day, and they're up into the 50s now. So there is an increase in calls. I don't know if it's just the summertime or what, but there is an increase in the calls as well.
support.
Just so everybody's clear, I'm not advocating one or the other, I just
I
want to
need
throw
to
that out.
know. If you
I
advocate for
I
it.
would advocate for the added position.
Okay.
I think they can
I
share a
think
part.
it's a good thing just simply because we can put another body with an officer that's out there, or have that potential, and then security for the officer. Running one officer per shift, just is not conducive to safety to anybody, even the public, should he get or she get into a situation that requires some help. You asked what public perception was. If the public knew everything that this police department does, there'd be some chaos going on because they wouldn't believe that it's as bad as it is. And it has gotten worse. And these drugs around this community are terrible. Kudos to the city police. I advocate for the position.
All right, any objections?
Al?
No, I agree with the officer. I would also agree that we probably don't need the car right now.
Okay, so 708,006 for salaries and wages. 50,
I was gonna say, remember yesterday, our opening statement, or on Tuesday? We should have had this discussion right after that.
but we're having it now. But
Is it a
the-
want or is it a need? And I see it as a need.
you also have to consider the ongoing expense. And if you lose $400,000 next year, do you let this one-year person go, or do you cut from somewhere else? But it sounds like we all have support now, so I'm just gonna keep moving, because we could talk about this for 4 hours tonight.
Well,
And we
on the
could tell
record-
stories, but we're here to talk about our budget, and it sounds like there's support for an added position. Travis, you're welcome
No,
to
no, I was just
say
gonna
you
say,
don't agree.
Yeah, I mean, whatever everybody wants us, I would. I mean, after yesterday, for Tuesday's conversation, and then now this, the dispatch and all that, and we're like, oh my gosh, what the heck, and then, but this, well, okay. I mean, it's just,
My final thoughts on this is I believe this is the best interest of the city.
We still have to balance our
it's all
budget.
about money still.
Yeah, it's still, this is
I
about money.
understand that, but having
Yeah.
an extra officer
Not
would
about
be in
our
the best interest of
buildings.
the city.
Money buys safety if you don't have any money.
So this, we can come back to this.
Okay, but for now,
I mean,
It's just me.
we haven't gotten close enough to where you wanna be, but maybe this is a conversation we come back to.
so with the new full-time position in there, payroll taxes I've estimated at 54,320, retirement 55,820, workers' comp 17,445, group insurance 107,250, unemployment 2,125, insurance 15,500, services and fees 10,533, vehicle repairs 15,000. Stop me if anybody has any questions about any of these numbers or objections. Building repairs $750. Equipment repairs $1,100. Supplies $9,500. Clothing $8,250.
Yeah, Misty, on that building repairs, we had that 1 year, 490 and 750,
They don't do much to keep up their building, but
Right.
is really $750 much at all if something goes wrong? Like a hot water heater is $300, $400, $500, right?
More than that.
Yeah, so it's small, I know they haven't spent much, but we don't take care of what we have very well. I mean, there's nothing that needs to be done. If it was hail damage or fire or something, we'd have insurance money. So if you'd like to lower that, we can, but 750 doesn't go very far if something does go wrong.
this is the question.
It was a great question. Where was I? Clothing, 8,250. Janitorial supplies, 800. Gas, oil, and diesel, 25,000. Probably need to raise that a little bit because I didn't have anything for new employees. Same with travel and conference, 12,400. Telephone, 3,000. Electricity, 4,500.
Phone we need to go up to.
I have it, yeah, I have the new employee added in phone, 7,950. I have the new employee having a cell phone and the MiFi for, mobile access. Machinery and equipment, that's where you said take off the 88,000?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds like we agreed on that, I didn't mean to assume that, but we have 1,650, which is Black Hills Technology. And then I wondered, the new employee, we don't have anything for firearms anywhere.
So that 89,650 goes down to
It does, but let's talk about firearms for the new employee, because he's probably not gonna share. We just did $27,000 of upgrades to the 9mm that we have, even though we're still buying 40mm ammo. And the rifles, so it was slings, suppressors, scopes. With the gun comes all the accessories that the handgun requires also. So if we do add the new employee, maybe in here, before I drop that down to 1,650, we should discuss adding, because I'm quite certain they'll need firearms, right?
Why are we still buying 45
That-
ammo?
I think one of the reserves has, we do not buy weapons for reserves, and one of the reserves has a 40mm or a 10mm.
So we buy ammo for
We
the
buy
training.
Oh, okay.
practice ammo for the reserves so they can qualify. I'm gonna make a guess as far as rifles, since those are in the vehicles and we're not buying a new vehicle, that's probably gonna be a shared weapon, but that's a guess.
Yeah, I thought they didn't like to share weapons because all the accessories are different based on,
But we also,
The rifle goes with the vehicle, is what he's saying.
but not the
But
handgun.
not the handgun.
yeah, so we probably should add one handgun
With the accessories.
for,
Do they need Kevlar vests and holsters?
But we do have clothing in there, and they do get if they apply for them, they can get the vest grant where it pays for half of it. I believe that's.
he's got one new vest in there.
The in-car computer software, Misty, does that go with the 6,000 for a new employee?
No, I left it red because I didn't know how much the Zerker software was gonna cost this year. Nobody got me that answer, so it's still red. And then I have nothing estimated for a new employee, but if he's sharing a car, he won't have a separate computer. But the 6,000 is what, I think it's a small percentage of increase over what we paid last year, but I didn't get any confirmation of what that might be. So, machinery and equipment, if I take away the 88,000, what am I adding for a handgun? I think more than 900 with all the accessories.
I would add 1,600.
Are you asking, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm gonna put 1,600 for now, and then we'll correct it if we need to.
So that would be a total of 32.
250, yep.
What accounts does the police, are they funded by?
The general fund. That's where we take the cut if I am 28 passes. But it's not their fault.
3,250.
Taxes going there?
Yes.
If council approves your new employee, how much should be added for that individual's equipment?
Handgun.
Okay, is that it? Would that individual share?
What are we, 3,500 people here?
What?
How many people are here?
In Hot Springs,
3,500.
3,700 plus.
That sounds fine.
One of the other one. Okay. So is it just a handgun then?
2022 census is 3590. Where did they give the census? 3590.
3,600.
So that
Some
man,
split
woman,
up
child's paying about $300 a year.
per person.
For what?
He's averaging about $300 per person.
For the police department?
Based on.
I'd say most people would say it's pretty important service.
89 was going for the two, is that what it was?
Well, we're we're waiting.
Yeah.
So need a number.
In this catalog.
Block run to about $600, and I just had my block outfitted like they
Okay,
did.
so additional
Almost $1,000.
2,000 above all of the equipment that you currently have that you couldn't transfer to, get the new employees. 2,000 to outfit.
Grade members pay more for that, more for residents.
For that?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, okay. It'll just be,
So 500 for the handgun?
Does that include all the
Okay,
clips, holsters?
all right. Thank you. Bye. 500 for a handgun.
And then 2,000 more or 1,500 more?
So 500 for the handgun, and you'll figure out the rest
Like I say, I just,
with what he has.
500 for the handguns about right, and I just spent $989 for a flashlight, red dot, milling, and a holster.
Were you jealous?
It was.
I can see that.
I put 500 in there and I changed that to 2,150 with all of the other upfitting, I heard we use that word like we do with the cars, for the officer to be absorbed in the budget. Computer software,
Just a minute.
oh, yeah,
did you say the SRO is included in those numbers?
oh, yeah. But the way it currently is,
50.
which expenses wouldn't change, it'd be the revenue that would change, if we renegotiated our contract to more favorable terms on behalf of the
So
city.
machinery and equipment went to 2,150?
Yes, sir. Computer software, I have $12,480. That estimate comes from our Central Square Tech, AKA Zerker. I think they charge per employee, so I'm not sure what the increase would be. The in-car computer software, again, not sure if they can share that or if it's by employee. The When to Work scheduling software, the Black Hills Technology Sentinel-1, and the addition of the new employee. And then the principal, did you have a question? Sorry.
Well, yeah, if we're not gonna have a vehicle, why would we need the in-car computer software for
Because
the
we have,
others?
that's for all of them.
They should
that-
already have that.
Yep, they pay for it every year. Software, you have to pay for the Zerker software every year and the in-car computer software every year.
Okay.
And then for principal, I have $14,450.
Our computer software, does that, because you're not gonna get it for here, I'll let you know that now. Does that change any? Yeah.
What's principal?
It's the year 3 of
It's
the
up to
5
10
releases
users?
of the tasers and the body camera
Okay,
packages.
so 6,000 for up to 10 users, and we're under that,
For Zerker or for,
for the in-car computer.
okay. Does he know what Zerker will be?
Okay. And what about Zerker? Zerker? Same? All right. Thank you. Bye.
So it's 6 for Zerker?
No, it's 5 to Zercher and then 6
Okay,
for in-car computer software up to 10 employees.
great, so it doesn't go up. That's
Right.
wonderful. So I'm gonna change that red. Good estimate. So the next one, the principal, that is the year 3 of the 5-year lease that we agreed to for the taser packages and the body camera packages.
So those those tasers and body cameras will also be shared, right? We won't need an extra one of each.
Don't we have extra body cameras because each one doesn't last a whole shift?
Yeah, I think you have don't we have a bank that we,
I think we gave those away to.
Yeah, we gave it to the
the
sheriff's
county.
department.
Oh, did
one
we?
to Hermosa.
Yeah, that,
But
well,
no matter what, this lease,
Uh-huh.
it's set. We're in year 3 of 5.
Sure.
Adding somebody isn't gonna change the terms of that lease agreement.
I think
But
that
they
was
may
one-
need a body camera and tasers.
that was maybe one of the advantages of the lease, is that we could, but I don't know if I know what I'm talking about, so I'll shut up.
How many TASER events have we had here? Lots. Lots? Is there a number?
So I have a new total of $1,088,257 for the police department. And I'd like to go through just maybe 1 or 2 more before we break.
Say
How's
that
everybody
again,
feeling?
1 million,
88,257. Are we good to keep going for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we'll move on a little faster.
Okay.
So we are gonna jump to page 10 and 2 or 3 tabs over to the left to development coordinator. We, in the notes, we removed the second admin assistant that was shared with finance, and 75% of that person's salaries and wages came out of this budget. So although you see a decrease, that employee is seeing an increase just like everybody else. We just eliminated that position, so $71,750 for salaries and wages, $5,500 for OASI and FICA, $4,325 for retirement, $350 for workers' comp, $11,950 for group insurance, $225 for unemployment, $750 for insurance through the South Dakota Public Insurance Alliance, $50 for services and fees, $200 for legal ads and public notices, and sometimes planning and zoning does have hearings of their own, so they do some publishing out of this budget. Not very much usually, but they do have some. Supplies, we have $850. Stop me if you have any notes about where we're at year to date on any of these. Travel and conference with $1,500. Telephone, $1,080. Cell phone, $300. He's reimbursed $25 a month. We did approve a new laptop for this position this year. And we have nothing else listed, so our total is $98,830. Bob, did you have anything you wanted to add to this budget at this time?
No. There's a possibility of going to the 2024 IVC code, and which require new code books, but that involves an ordinance change, and I can't forecast that happening or not, so it's just,
We're gonna leave it.
yeah.
All right.
I was obviously not listening, I got 97,780, or 98,780,
71,750,
yeah,
5,500,
yeah,
43,25,
yeah,
350,
yeah,
11,950,
yeah,
225,
yeah,
750,
yeah.
50,
Well,
200.
where was the 50?
It was services and fees.
Okay, I bet that balances me.
The, travel,
98,830? Good,
Yep.
okay, I'm good.
the travel and conference, I guess year to date, he's at 700. I was gonna say, he's only ever used 800, so I'm kinda wondering if we could drop that 500. Just throwing that out there.
I could. Anybody have any objection?
do we know of any upcoming training he needs to attend?
We don't assign training.
No, but I mean, is there any mention anywhere that
I don't think
this is
that-
coming up or something?
No, not this year. He was,
This is for 2025. I don't think we have any idea what he may
It's
or may
like
not
he
attend.
seems to have like a routine thing he goes to, and that costs that much, and he doesn't do anything else.
Okay
Kind of what
with
I'm
lowering
reading
it.
into that.
So I'm gonna lower that if I don't hear any objections to
Yes,
1,000.
Misty, do they no longer have a vehicle, or are they charging mileage?
It's
or-
a piece of crap vehicle, and last year I asked you to please not put any more money into pieces of crap.
Okay.
And so it sits there, and he has used his own vehicle and that one maybe 4 or 5 times this year.
We just pay mileage when he uses it there. He just
donating.
donates to the cause.
Yeah, most of us in department head positions drive our own vehicles around a little bit, but, I'm not against giving him a better vehicle if we decide that that's what we need to do, but we spent a lot of money on the crap vehicles, and they stayed crap vehicles after we put hundreds of dollars into them. And this one is crap. Our mechanic has told us he's not
Just
gonna.
asking.
Yeah, they're great questions. I'm not mad that you asked them.
So we're gonna drop 500?
I did. I didn't hear any objections. The same thing yours was doing to you on Tuesday that mine just did to me. It didn't update. 98,330.
That's what mine just did, so you want it auto
Auto-summed, yeah.
His supplies year to date are at $94 as well.
And we provide the majority of supplies purchased out of general government. That is a good point. Thank you, Ariel.
Every once in a while, he
Wow.
gets charged a ream of copy paper, or he goes to Office Depot, but it's pretty minimal.
Yeah, we haven't done it much this year because last year you spent $684, so.
Maybe Mary thought he was using more paper.
Yeah,
I don't know.
we're going to talk about that. Leave that or change it, I mean, it's not much that we'd be cutting, so. Leave it, all right. Travis, we took $500 off a travel and conference from the development coordinator.
Oh, okay, you're still on the board.
Yep, and so that's down to 1,000. And now 98,330 is the total.
Oh, is that a school thing? Come on.
It's okay. And then I'm gonna skip over streets, just because that one will take a little bit longer, and jump to snow removal, and then maybe we'll take a break after snow removal. So we're skipping over highways and streets, which is page 11 and 12, and on page 13, you'll see the snow removal budget. We talked about street lighting Tuesday night, and I have the same opinions about snow removal. I wish we could just say it's all maintenance, but we have to separate it, and I don't know how much snow we'll get, but 25,000 is my best guess for salaries and wages, 1925 for payroll taxes, 1,500 for retirement. Vehicle repairs, there's routine sander maintenance, there are plow tips and edges and hydraulics that need repaired, so $5,000 is what we have estimated. Equipment repairs, 5,000, cutting edges and blades, carbide tipped edges last longer, cost a little bit more but last longer. For supplies and materials, we have 20,000 for sand and salt. We do purchase that in the off-season and store it when we can. We have 1,000 for minor tools, 8,000 for gas, oil, and diesel, and 35,000 for machinery and equipment. And that is to purchase a Raptor 6-way plow for the 544, which is the new loader that'll be on Monday night's agenda for approval for purchase.
And that will allow them to plow in and around the,
Bump outs.
or we call it the bump outs? or-
It'll just make it all more efficient, and it's got, it's like a nylon cutting edge instead of steel, so we hope to not bust up the curb.
And we're gonna be
Learning,
plowing from the outside in
Yeah.
from now on too.
Is this related to the conversation you and I were having, that there are other ways to do what they were talking about?
Yep,
So is this still necessary?
yes. If I felt more comfortable about our motor grader, I would probably not advocate for this, but this is important.
Any more questions on the snow removal?
So that's is that like a yearly payment of so many times or?
Nope, that's the total cost.
Purchase.
Oh,
And we will use it all throughout town, but the focus is the new streets. where the
Oh,
focus
okay.
is.
All right.
It's just for the plow.
Okay, it's a big thing
The
that we're,
attachment,
could be, okay, that's what I was thinking of, the big piece that we're gonna be talking about.
Oh, we did street lighting and we did street cleaning. Maybe we do nuisance and complaints real quick. That one went fast. So nuisance and complaints is another department budget that is under the development coordinator. We have a contracted service at $4,000. We have repairs and maintenance to address localized cleanups with collaboration of property owners, and I have that one highlighted because I said for years, why are we budgeting for this if we're not gonna use it? And we keep saying we're gonna use it, but you can check the year-to-date this year too. And then supplies and materials, which I think are not really necessary, for a total of $8,050 for this budget. Any ideas of cuts?
We're talking a little bit about the nuisance and complaints. Someone, we have an employee that addresses those and goes, knocks on the
No,
door.
that would be salaries and wages if they were employed. We have a contract with a gentleman who, his name is Joel Johnson, but his company has a name.
Code enforcement specialist.
Code enforcement specialist, thank you. And he goes throughout the state and helps municipalities identify but he knows our ordinances, he's read through them all, he identifies the violations for us, provides us a list, sends out the letters. It's still up to us to enforce, but he comes out, goes all the way through town, doesn't care if you're on council, doesn't care if you're the brother of the mayor's sister. He notes all violations so that we.
Does he do
Next
this?
time.
He's the
Well, I was
brother of the
just trying to
mayor's
say-
sister, he's the mayor's brother.
I don't know, I was just
And
making
who
up.
married who?
Does he do this annually then?
He'll do it as often as we want him to. We have utilized his services twice a year for the last couple of years, I think.
And then.
I don't work closely with him, so I might be wrong.
It's up to us to send out the letter.
No, they go from him, and the first round of letters has already gone out, the second round is going out next week. These will have, yeah, and these are actual notices, they'll have timelines, and Joel and myself are communicating with the attorneys on citation and abatements, so.
And it's
The
usually
hammer
like a
is coming.
$1,500 initial retainer.
Yeah, and then he
That's what
bills
that
us
is.
for his hours.
Well, I know some people that apparently are not getting the email, or else they're just deleting it.
You-
No, it's a
I
Certified.
certified letter.
It's a certified.
I just said that.
Do we know compliance figures?
We were at 40% from 2 years ago.
But we don't really follow through, and that's the piece that
That I'm
we need to
trying
get
to-
better at, and I think with our city administrator, we
So
will.
some of the bad actors are still bad acting, I
Because
mean,
we don't penalize
Well, if people
them.
come in our city, we only get a chance to make a first impression once.
The very first time he did it, there was like 144 letters, if I remember the numbers right. And we had a 60% compliance from that first round, but then as time has gone on, that's brought that 60% down to 40%.
Because
Because
other
we
people,
aren't following up and.
other people aren't doing it either, so people are probably like, why should I have to? There's just a letter, I don't care. What I had highlighted is the repairs and maintenance for the localized cleanups, that I don't know. We're trying to cut money from our budget. We haven't spent this in years.
What's the budget for?
It's a budgeted so that we can address.
So that we can,
No, repairs and maintenance.
Like in
No, it's-
2020, was it, or what, not, over on, what's that?
on Evans Street,
The Benedict Hawkins Estate.
It was over in Coldbrook, that starts with a G, the street.
Germont.
Germont. We paid for the dumpster and stuff on that, and it's turned into a gem. I mean, it went from a hog's.
And we were able to
To-
assess those expenses, so when the house sold, we got paid back for it.
But it was a big plus.
this would be an easy cut, but if we're gonna follow through, we
Right.
need to have the resources available to contract the work.
Would a couple thousand do it?
We used $650 in 2020
Uh,
for that deal,
I guess if,
$489 in
If-
And we
2020.
have 5,000 this year.
if we need more than a couple thousand, we could supplementally appropriate or go to contingency, right, Misty?
I'm
Yes.
not wishing everybody could do it.
We said we can drop it down to 2,000.
Okay,
I'd love to see us do something. I'd love us to
I
address.
just don't want us to drop.
I wish we
the
didn't
ball.
even have to have this conversation.
I I'd go for 2,000, but I really
You said four.
don't want us dropping the ball.
You said 5.
3,000.
Oh, I don't agree.
3,000.
Oh, drop it down to 3,000?
Yeah, we're still not close to
Do
where
you
we need
think
to
two would be
be.
enough, Bob?
Two,
I'd go
We'll
with
figure it out.
we can address localized cleanups with our own staff too. What we need to do though is keep track of that time, the equipment that we use, and assess it to their property taxes so that we get reimbursed for what we provide. All right, I dropped that one to 2, so I have 4,000, 2,000. What about the $50?
Supplies, what's that for?
I don't know. I mean, if I had to go buy some trash bags, I guess, but we should have those. Brooms, we should have rakes, we should have.
We have those
Yeah.
stuff already.
I wonder what that 489 was for in 22.
Ariel's gonna pull that up for us. It takes quite a while because we're connected through VPN, so. I'm gonna take that 50 out for now if I don't have any objections.
No.
Okay, so one's going down to 2,000. And if
The
there's
50
some stuff.
The 50 is going to 0, right?
Yep. Oh, I said 50's going to 50,
Yeah.
didn't I? Thank you, Deb. And we have $5,000 budgeted in this year to address localized cleanup, so there's something really bugging us.
It was a roll-off dumpster for the Burdette House and the landfill fee for the Burdette House also.
That must be the one I'm
Germán,
on.
Yep,
No, that's the one that,
that's Mom's on Evans and the kids was on Germán. They were both Burdette houses.
So Burdette House wasn't specific enough.
okay.
Pick one.
So 6,000 is the new total for that one. I think this is a good time for a break unless anybody wants to keep plowing through. Take a quick break. We still got a long way to go.
You're live.
Thank you. We're gonna go back a few to page 11 in the tab for highways, streets, and roadways, so you're gonna be going back to the right a little bit. Back on track. The notes I have for highways, streets, and roadways, I'm gonna go over them real quick before we start going through the numbers. We have year 4 of a 6-year lease for a John Deere loader. It's a 624 John Deere loader. So year 4 of 6, and the payment is $35,398. We have $33,000 in equipment repairs, nothing specific, just for regular maintenance and major repairs if needed. We have $100,000 for street walk repairs to alleys and unpaved streets, millings, including $12,000 for Magwater. We have $10,500 for supplies. It was increased $5,000 specifically for street flags and poles. We have signs of $69,000, that's $57,000 for wayfinding, and to replace many signs throughout the town, $12,000. We have $120,000 for machinery and equipment, for some striping equipment, a used truck with a dumping flatbed, and that's it. So we can talk about those when we get down to them, but those are the notes we have. Salaries and wages, we have 7 full-time, 2 seasonal part-time, and 1 seasonal part-time shared, $360,000. Payroll taxes, $27,550. Retirement, $21,000. Workman's comp, $14,500. Group insurance, $71,500. Unemployment, $1,200. Insurance through the South Dakota Public Insurance Alliance, $18,000. Services and fees of $8,000. We're at year-to-date on services and fees.
That seems like it's pretty
It
high.
does. It does to me too. I think why it was high for several years is because CWT, we have an agreement with the VA to provide veterans in their compensated work therapy program. And we pay that out of services and fees, but we haven't had any for years. I think that's probably why it's high. If they could get them, I think they like to have them. So we could lower that if you'd like, but it may affect their ability to have that help if they could get it.
Could we drop it to 6?
So We're at $556 year to date, so yes, I think you could. I think that would still give them room for a CWT employee if they could get one too.
Which one was that?
Services and fees, unless there's any objection, they're at $556 year to date, and they spent $1,300 last
In
year.
22, it was 5,000, 23, it was 1,400,
So you wanna drop it? Six?
or we could go lower.
Five?
5?
Five, two, low, six? I'm okay with six. So what's that?
6,000 or 5,000. I have 2 months.
I'm okay with six.
Six?
Yeah, 6 sounds good.
The work order system that's paid out of this account, which we,
Is it computer
it's been paid
software?
in the past.
Oh, and we're getting rid of that?
I don't know.
Isn't that the fixed one that we said
I
we were
don't
getting
know
rid
what
of?
the consensus was on that. Annual fire extinguisher maintenance, the DOT carries for the CDL drivers.
Those are $3 or
Freight,
$1.50.
yeah, it's not much.
And Black Hills Technology, random drug test, fire extinguisher testing, recharge, delivery fees. Yeah, I think 6 or 5. is
When
fine.
did the city start using CWT?
It's not up to us.
No, I'm saying,
Or-
when was the program implemented?
Oh gosh, since I've been here, we've had a contract with them. They have somebody who needs the work and we can provide the work for that person and
More
it
than
works out.
18 years?
I don't know, I've been here 10, so.
But we haven't had it for like 3 years, maybe, or 2. Or
Maybe
one
not.
year we didn't have any, no one applied.
We were close this year.
Didn't come.
So 6, I'm leaving it at 6.
Good.
Next one is vehicle repairs. 15,000, might be a little high. I know that you don't know what'll happen and that might not go very far, but we try not to budget for what we don't know might happen. We've spent up to 10 before. Sometimes vehicle repairs are supplemented by insurance money because there's hail. We had that a couple years in a row. So, any
Or accidents.
recommendations to change that or leave it at 15?
12 or 13?
10.
10
Yeah.
10.
or 10? Thank you, that's a good. Alright. The next thing I have is building repairs at 3,500. In 2024, our budget had door seals, new door handles and locks. And for 2025, I asked if those same notes came back, and they said they haven't completed it yet and wanted to keep it just in case they don't get it completed. 33,000 for equipment repairs. Again, no note as to what that might be.
About 25.
I'm okay with that. Anybody else?
Bob, you think they're okay with that?
Should be. I know we have a truck that's down right now, but that'll be fixed this year, and
What was the number?
25.
The 33 down to 25.
We have 100,000 for street block repairs, and this is the only street and block repairs we have budgeted this year. Patchwork, including repairs to alleys and unpaved streets, and it says millings.
Want to ask about the street walk repairs? Is this where we would put matching funds for our sidewalk,
We have nothing budgeted for the
or
sidewalks.
I mean for the stairs?
I mean stairs, we have nothing budgeted for the stairs in 2025.
I mean, we've paid $90,000 for engineering to do their job, and then we're just gonna drop the ball.
The engineering is required to apply for the grants. We couldn't apply for the grants without that.
But the grants need matching funds probably, right?
The grants that we've looked into are 80/20, but we haven't, there are 2, I think, that Black Hills Council of Governments specifically identified as potential for this project. But we may not be ready for construction by next year. The closing for the grant applications was July 31st. So we've missed the deadline for this year. We have to apply by next year. And we didn't
don't have an engineer's estimate on
No,
that.
we don't have any idea what we put in there, and we don't have room in this budget. And I'm not sure we'll have room in next year's budget either, but this, typically, we would, or historically, major road repair projects have been paid by the 212 fund, but when we get to that one, we're almost 600,000 in the hole on that one without any. So this 100,000 looks high, we may be able to drop it. We didn't get to the Magwater discussion yet. I think that's throwing good money away. It should be spent on patching roads, not spraying dust, but I would just point out that this is the only amount we have for the year for these types of repairs.
Well, we did say in the last council meeting, we're gonna do it this year, but next time, no.
Well,
So,
it's in the budget, so
so should we remove it?
So is this where we blacktop some roads out of this?
actually, it's the unpaved roads that they put the millings on. And they fixed, it. We wouldn't redo any roads probably for this, we would just do repairs.
No, but like we did, 11th Street in the corner around Butler Park up to 14, and we did the South Dakota Street. Those are just topped, they weren't like totally rebuilt. And
Yeah,
that
I'm
was
not
out
sure
of-
what the plan is for this.
Is that what this money might cover if we have it?
Yes, that's what it would be for overlaying,
Right.
patching, doing some millings on some unpaved roads,
I don't
seal
wanna-
around it.
Yeah, I don't wanna get rid
So,
of it.
didn't we get millings?
We have,
Well, we have the millings,
So we don't have to purchase millings?
just the sealant and getting them on the road, yeah.
and 12,000 of this is from Magwater. So if you agree with what Larry was saying, we should at least be able to take that down.
Or not do the Magwater and do more blacktop.
Before we go there, glad we talked about millings, because in that savings, we obligated, council's already approved $42,000 worth of millings that we're gonna be purchasing from the state.
Didn't, this year, we bought those last year and this year.
I don't think we bought any yet.
We had them budgeted.
We haven't budgeted, and the reason I don't think we bought any yet is the state is not satisfied that they've been ground adequately. So, I could certainly be wrong, but I don't think we bought any yet, but we do have money set aside to purchase, I think it's around $42,000 in milling. So that's money that's gonna be coming out of savings also.
When you say set aside, I cringe because it's in your unassigned fund balance. We don't have any restricted money for that. We did not restrict.
But council
Your
will
budget.
approve the purchase of,
They budgeted for it. They approved the purchase when it happens. We don't have a contract. We didn't sign an agreement.
well,
We don't wanna let those go though either.
Well, I'm not saying we do, but do you keep budgeting for them? Are we gonna buy them this year? Or?
if you ask Billy, he's gonna say yes, because those millings do go a long way to fixing some of the streets we have.
So is that in the 100,000 or minus the 12? Is it, you
No.
say,
I understand that there's folks who are dead set against the Magwater. I just wanted us to have the conversation again. And that we're struggling to fix streets at all. And there are streets out there that need to be fixed. They need to have something done to them. So to simply say, well, you bought property on a dusty street, live with it the rest of your life. I think that's a little extreme. So I just wanted to have the conversation again, that, and I recognize council said we'll do it one time. Again, I just felt it was important to have the conversation, recognizing that there are streets around here that need something, that millings aren't, we're not gonna use millings, we don't have the money to put asphalt on them, and yet they do need something. And I think anybody that watched what happened at Garden Street recognized that there is benefit to having millings.
You
With
mean
that, I'll shut
Magwater?
up.
You mean Magwater?
Yes.
Have they applied it?
No,
Yeah, haven't applied it.
Well, that's something that needs to be done every year.
Well, and I would say that if they don't have to live with it forever, they can request that the city create an assessment. That's how other people in our town got their roads paved. They paid for it. We'll do it for you and we'll assess the cost of it to you over time, that is an option that they have. So
We
it
were
would.
discussing doing Summit Street because it's getting, it needed major repairs way before the detours have occurred. We're gonna get more detours when we rebuild the Minnetonka Bridge over that road, so where did we discuss that money was coming from? Did we approve, we didn't approve it for
We're doing
this year,
some
right?
this year.
Hmm?
We're doing some this year.
Summit is this year? Okay.
Am I leaving this at 100,000, or am I reducing it by 12,000? Or am I reducing it to an even lower number?
Well, before we had this discussion, I suggested we were gonna, cut this in half, but if there's nothing in the 212 to do any road repairs, the mag water, I know, some of you don't like it, but I think it does protect our roads, and it keeps Billy's guys from having to continually maintain them.
He says it keeps their maintenance levels down drastically.
And for them to maintain them, that means putting gravel or crushed rock down and blading them. And so it's, I think it does have a benefit. We need to be wise where we put it down.
Are you voting to leave the 100,000? Because we can discuss them.
I guess I would say leave the 100,000 then. For now anyway.
That could be at the end of the night discussion again.
We're getting close to the end of the night, so I recommend we address these as we're here, but we can do it
Well,
however you want.
the only thing I have, and I'm probably sure that we're starting to get away from the subject matter here, is with this mag water thing. We're gonna do it for one section of town, we need to do it for everybody. That's just my last thoughts on it.
See, I don't know that we need to, Larry. I think if there's a true need and there's a benefit and it can reduce maintenance,
I agree with that
Then-
100%.
and we've got to be willing to say no if it's appropriate to say no.
100,000 going once. Anybody? Okay, moving on. Supplies, 10,500. Again, 5,000 was added to this for flags and poles. I imagine this is gonna be an ongoing increased expense we probably didn't anticipate. And we're adding a lot of those with the things that we add and do. Clothing, 4,000. PPE, you remember, that was new in 2024. We moved that money from supplies, routine, PPE, gloves, glasses, hearing protection. Arctic boots are not an every year expense. That's what you said. We've forgotten that already. We're wondering if we get those again every year already. We have short memories. Sometimes you do too, so let's remember that those are not an every year expense. And then I just point out, besides the additional for the flags, we didn't see a $2,250 decrease in supplies. We added an expense line item, we increased our overall budget by that amount. Janitorial supplies, 1,500, and if anybody wants to lower any of those, you're about to lose your last chance.
Well, how much for the Arctic boots?
It varies.
But they
Yeah,
shouldn't
they should
using
just be
them.
once a year, I mean,
No,
not once a year.
they're not once a year.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, I mean, they should last for a while.
Yeah, but we have turnover, so, and we're supposed to be getting the boots back, but who wants to wear used boots?
Military does it all the time. I'm kidding.
Minor tools, we have 4,000. Gas, oil, and diesel, 18,000. Signs, 69,000.
Okay. I thought we were gonna pay for the wayfinding signs out of the 212. That money that, I know you don't like this.
Yeah, it's in your, you'll see when you get to 212 what you're facing for this year. We can move it over there, but your cash balance in that fund is smaller than your cash balance in your general fund. And something council said so many years ago, they didn't know where you'd be this year. So we can move it there if you'd like. This is the budget it was put into.
It has to stay somewhere.
Yep.
So if this is where it's best, let's leave it here.
I mean, yeah, I guess,
6 of one, half dozen the other. You're gonna end up transferring money if one of them runs out of funds, so.
So let me give you a little more details on the wayfinding at 57,000. Bill was starting there. We had previously talked at $420,000 for the streetlights. Okay, that was the, and I'm rounding off here, so if I'm driving finance nuts, I don't mean to do that. Previous council approved around $420,000 for the historic streetlights. So that's the number that I have been using, is 420,000. The streetlights themselves are gonna end up costing us less than that, because the agreement that council approved with the state for the highway project, if you remember, council put dirt in the bump outs rather than concrete. The state was going to put concrete in the bump outs. The other reason that council approved the suspended sidewalk is originally the state was going to just put a chain link fence in front of the existing flood wall. And by not doing that, the estimated savings to the state for the reduced concrete pavement as a result of city installing landscaping is $44,000. $22,000. Okay, the estimated cost savings to the state associated with not installing pedestrian railing, that was $216,000. And then the lights, then there was, so the total savings ends up at the $420,000 that the state, the council had approved, ends up being $348,100 is what the city will owe the state once the project is done.
You said for the railing, 226,000. That math doesn't work. Maybe I got it wrong. Is it 26,000?
No, 216,000.
Or 216, still that, there's 420, and I take 216
Correct,
and.
but the street lights, all right, so let me back up a bit here. I realize that we're anxious to get things time. The city will reimburse the state for the difference between the estimated cost of installing the state's standard lighting and the estimated cost of installing the decorative lighting requested by the city. The city's estimated reimbursement for decorative lighting to the state is $190,000. For one section, they build us, I think, 3 different sections. Then $220,200 for another section, and $218,005 for another section. For a total estimated reimbursement of $629,200. That's what the decorative lighting are going to cost.
What they're gonna cost, or what they're gonna reimburse us?
That's what we were going to reimburse the state for, because we opted for the historic lights rather than the standard 50-foot lights.
So it was way over what we projected, when we were projecting
The 420.
420.
So, estimated cost savings to the state associated with not installing pedestrian railing, $216,000. Estimated cost of the savings, cost savings to the state for reduced concrete, $40,400. $22,200 and $2,500 for a total cost savings of $65,100. So the city's lump sum reimbursement to the state, based on the cost listed, is $348,100. Again, the council set aside $420,000, and we lucked out, rather than paying $629,000. Prices went crazy. The state is going to expect us to pay that $348,100 out of an anticipated $420,000.
So we have $72,000.
So that's where Bill was talking about the wayfinding sites come. We'd already set aside $420,000.
It's in this balance, though. It's in the cash balance you see in that one. It's not anywhere sitting aside. the actual, I don't wanna get very excited, the actual restricted equity fund from the previous councils that set money aside for this project, which was, I believe, 2017 and 2018, is 517,400, because they balanced their budgets where they had extra, and they put the extra into the savings for this project. But that is included in the $3 million figure of cash for that fund. So it's not extra sitting somewhere.
But isn't the 420 sitting in either the general fund or the 212 fund?
It's in the 212 fund,
Okay.
that's
So,
restricted.
yeah, that's what we're talking about. The state's gonna expect to take 348,100 out of that 420 that we have sitting somewhere. So there's money left for the wayfinding sign. So the reason I'd asked Misty to put it in street signs is that's what the wayfinding signs are gonna be. They're gonna go on our main street. So if they need to go somewhere else, that's fine. What I just want to share with you is, there is money, should be money available to pay for the wayfinding signs.
And you're in a deficit mode, and we're done with the money now, so he's
But
right.
we have to pay for wayfinding signage, so we need to have that amount of money budgeted.
57 is what we have budgeted for that, and then the many signs throughout town, Bob, you were gonna check, that was
You
an
can
awful
cut
lot.
that, you can cut that in half.
Well, thank you, that's what we were trying to get out here, is finding some money, you should have led with that.
So the majority of what we're paying for the wayfinding signage is coming out of this year's budget.
No, this is 2025.
Coming out of savings.
Okay.
We put it in 2025, not knowing whether we're gonna get it done this year or not. Or if we don't get it done this year, the same 420 is sitting there in 2025, that's available to us in 2024.
So Bob Junior's saying we should cut the 69,000 in half.
No,
No.
the 12, the 12.
12.
So the 57,000 for the wayfinding, that's a total that Bill came up with based on the meetings we've had with the Denver, if you remember.
Right.
The types of signs that we picked, the estimates that they had set for each of those signs, totaling it all up, expecting 57,000 for the wayfinding.
So what number are we dropping, 12,000?
We're down to 63,000 in signs, we dropped the 12 to 6. Travel and conference, 1,500, telephone, 1,250, electricity, 9,500, propane, 12,000, cell phone, 600, machinery and equipment, 120,000. We have striping equipment at 65,000, and a used truck with a dumping flatbed for areas that larger four-wheel drive don't make it in, 55,000. Any changes?
Unfortunately, the truck is pretty important because we have one that's down and one that's probably on its last leg. At least they're gonna try and find something used. The striping equipment, I know we're required to stripe everything the DOT's putting down, and it's very expensive to contract that. Do we need it? It's not an annual cost, so you might be able to make it a year.
I asked Billy to put it in the budget so we could identify what the cost of the equipment is. We do have some areas up around the school right now. If you remember, University Avenue was a state highway. So the same kind of striping that they're putting down along the road reconstruction is the same kind of striping they have up by the school. And that, a bunch of it is gone, and we don't have the equipment to put it down. To Bob's point, is it something that has to be done this year? Given where we're at, probably not. But at some point, council's gonna have to find money for that, or all the striping downtown.
How much did we spend on striping last year? Because we contracted that out
Different
several
kind of
times.
striping this time.
I
so
know it's a
not-
different type of striping, but we still put money, it's kind of like putting that money, bad money into bad vehicles. We still have a bad vehicle.
I think we paid someone to do it. We
Yeah, we did.
contracted with to do it.
Like 3 different times we did contracting for 3 different times,
So
and it doesn't even last 6 months.
right, the striping that this equipment can do isn't the same as the striping we're doing now.
Right.
The striping we're doing now is just paint. To use this particular piece of equipment, equipment, if we were gonna use it elsewhere, then we'd actually need an additional piece of equipment to grind the asphalt to lay this in.
You leaving it? Sounds like it.
Bob, I guess this is a call we're looking to you and I to make.
I think you could, now you know how much it is, inevitably, you're gonna have to buy it, but you could get by it a year.
But it's probably gonna go up in a year. And next year, I think we're gonna have a harder time, especially buying 28 passes, because you just added new employees with no way to pay for it in a deficit. So if you need it, I wouldn't recommend putting it off till next year, because next year, you're gonna have a lot harder time around this table.
So I'm just making a list here of things that we've been kicking around, whether we need it or not. When we get to the end and find out we're not even close, maybe we come back and have this conversation.
I'm leaving it for now. Computer software, 135, principal and interest, for the year 4 out of 6 that we talked about. I can't do anything about those, so we have a new total of 941,883. John, we did snow removal, we did nuisance and complaints, we did street cleaning, so we're gonna jump to page 17, you're gonna go over to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places to airport. Like I said earlier, different department heads prioritize different things. This department head, our full-time airport manager, does not need summer help. So we decreased salaries and wages because he was adamant he didn't need summer help. So 39,400. Payroll taxes 3,025. Retirement 2,200. Workers' comp, $1,005. Group insurance, $11,950. Unemployment, $205. Insurance, $7,800. Services and fees, $3,500. Vehicle repairs, $1,500. We are surplusing the 2000 Chrysler minivan this year and selling it. Building repairs and maintenance, $2,500. Equipment repairs and maintenance, $6,500. There are some repairs needed for the large hangar door. If you remember, while Rick was here, he tried to do some repairs to that. I think the same problem is happening. Supplies, $1,500. Airport fuel for resale, $80,000. Janitorial supplies, $500. Minor tools, $500. Agricultural supplies, $1,500. Gas, oil, and diesel, $4,500. Travel and conference, $500. Telephone, $2,500. Electricity, $9,500. Propane, $7,500. Water, $800. Cell phone, $500. Machinery and equipment, $1,650. That's for a firewall upgrade, Black Hills Technology, and then the computer software. We did pay 5 years of the QT pod this year, so that's paid through June 2029. And then that $66 is the Sentinel one. And we have $191,101. I didn't hear any changes.
Can we go back and look at fuel for resale?
Sure.
And in 24 was 55 grand, we've only done 24 so far, that was 43%, we got 80 budgeted for it.
Do you remember when we estimated revenue and I told you I thought it was estimated high, but I was gonna leave it because I thought, so this is tied directly to that revenue. So if you lower this, I'm gonna go lower that too, and then you're gonna be off that difference, so. Now, I don't know how much fuel they're gonna buy, we're pretty competitive, so our sales have gone up. Our pricing is competitive, our sales have gone up, we had $90,000 last year. It's a month behind because we don't do the adjusting journal entries to reconcile our airport fuel inventory till the end of the month, so it's a month behind. So if I lower this at all, I'm gonna go lower your revenue.
Some of it too will depend on when we buy it. If we end up, if we would have to buy in, say, January, June, and December, it would be probably 80,000. If we end up buying in December of this year, we don't have to buy until June of 2025, and then again in December, then this will be, lower. So it's
So, yeah, I'm not sure you wanna cut that one.
yeah, it's a crapshoot.
No other questions or adjustments to airport? Okay, next one would be cemeteries. One tab over, one page, page 18, one page over. Cemeteries, we have one full-time and one part-time seasonal, 60,500. Payroll taxes, 4,650. Retirement, 3,000. Workman's comp, 1,400. Group insurance, 11,800. Unemployment, 225. Insurance, 775. Services and fees, 46,000. That's for weed spraying and chemicals, and the prices for those have increased.
4,600,
4,600.
What physical page is
10,000.
that?
I'm sorry?
What physical page is that?
18.
18. You don't have an 18?
My 17, 18.
And the papers on the
around.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, I wonder what that happened. Yeah, they just run through the front end, they do it page by page. Vehicle repairs, 500. Equipment repairs, 1,000. Sewer water repairs, 600. Supplies, 200. Janitorial supplies, 75. Minor tools, 550. Agricultural supplies, 600. Gas, oil, and diesel, 1,800. Travel and conference, 400. Electricity, 650. Land, I have it under land, it's highlighted, I have 15,000. This is for wall improvements and grading issues. It's obviously not land. If approved, I will move that to a new expense code improvement other than buildings, which is not established yet in this department. I just didn't want to establish it if we're not paying for this here. The question is, can this be funded with perpetual care? And if you remember, as we were going through revenue, I told you we have about $20,000 in perpetual care money available in the 701 fund, but that has to be approved by the cemetery board. So if you take it out of this, there's potentially an area where a different fund where there are some dollars available for perpetual care, but you would need that cemetery board to agree that that's where they think that best bang for the buck is.
What wall improvements and grading issues?
It's in the historic part of the cemetery, it's a stone, it collapsed, stone wall.
I think we should have
It's
the
grant
perpetual
eligible, too.
fund pay for that.
But I would agreement with it, and then let the cemetery board decide.
Is that up in the far northwest area?
On top of the hill.
Very
All
far
the way
right,
to the
yeah.
top. Far right.
I guess it's been down for, quite a while,
I think it's on top of the hill, I think it's just kind of a little bit to the north of where the maintenance building is at.
Oh, okay.
There's a wall around quite a block that is completely paved.
Oh, okay.
They're making another, but I think that's the one that's holding on.
Okay.
They've got a orange fence over around it.
Okay, so yeah, it's down on the top, because I went by there.
It's on top.
No.
I think that's what the perpetual fund should be for, that type of thing.
Everyone agree?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm changing that to 0. When we get to the 701, remind me. But we're gonna, and we can put it there, but then I just remind you that's still up to that. I mean, they'll make the recommendation to you with that.
Got that out?
2,000 for machinery and equipment. That's for a multi-tool weed eater and accessories for easier fall and spring cleanup of areas. And then if you remember, we moved the hosting of the cemetery info with Robert Sharp and Associates to cemeteries, $702. So with the change, we are now at $96,027 in cemeteries.
Was that that website?
Yeah, well, it actually, so we have a revised website, but they could not host our cemetery records. So the
Yeah,
link
records
on,
involved.
what?
That's it, cemetery records involved.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah, and we have more people buried in our cemetery than live in our town, so there's a lot of those records. All right, so the next one is parks. We're gonna go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to parks, and that takes us to page 23. Notes for parks. 25,000 street walk repairs. City administrator asked for Butler Park trail repairs around the Legion Field for 15,000. Billy asked for Freedom Trail repairs of 10. 7,000 fence tool for another field remodel. If you remember 2024, we budgeted to do half of the soccer fence with the Youth Soccer Association, and we're asking for that again. 6,000 for picnic tables, the metal with the thermoplastic like we got this year. 20,000 improvements other than buildings. 59,000 for machinery and equipment. Upgrade a mower and a new UTV. And then I have in red nothing budgeted for stair replacement and potential 2026 project. In parks, we have one full-time employee, one year-round part-timer we did, and one part-time seasonal shared, 80,500. $6,175 for payroll taxes. 3,350 for retirement. 2,750 for workers' comp. 11,920 for group insurance. 350 for unemployment. 4,500 for insurance. 12,500 for services and fees. This is another area where we have the expenses for the VACWT when available, but if you'll notice from the dollar amounts, we don't have much budgeted for that if available. Vehicle repairs, 3,000. Building repairs and maintenance, 2,000. Equipment repairs and maintenance, 3,000.
Back up
Yep,
to vehicle repairs, can we drop that to 2,500?
sure can. Anybody have any objections?
Is that I don't care?
I'm taking it on. We're in street walk repairs for 25,000.
You could reduce that and do less.
How much less?
Take 10,000 off, let's just do $15,000 or more.
Get as far as we can.
Yeah.
What's that one?
We're at street walk repairs.
Okay.
So if we have infrastructure that needs repaired, and we're cutting it so that we can increase expenses somewhere else, I just want to highlight that we're doing that. That we have existing stuff that's in disrepair, and we're getting new shiny stuff. I'm happy to lower it, thank you, I will, but I just want us to keep that top of mind as we go through these. Sewer water repairs, 7,000.
What did we decrease it to?
15,000, we dropped 10. Sewer water repairs, we have 7,000, that seems a little high, is there a specific for that? I mean, if people wouldn't vandalize our park bathrooms,
I think it involves sprinkler system stuff, but maybe not.
We've already spent 3,500 this year.
and that's way more than we spent before, so 7,000 it
We
is?
still want sprinklers in the,
Existing sprinkler system.
in the teardrop thing across from Lynn's, and we also want sprinklers by the depot. Just saying.
So I'll leave it at 7. Fence tools, 7,000.
I don't know.
What?
I don't know why it says tool. I know this is a,
It's fence slash tool and the DLA prescribes what that, so it's fencing materials and tools, I'm guessing. Supplies, 3,000.
And the fencing is for where?
It's for that, planning for another field remodel with the same requirements as the prior year, partner with Hot Springs Youth Soccer Association, paper
Okay.
half. You wanna reconsider that?
No, I was just, the softball field keeps coming up, the fence around the softball field.
What
That's
softball fence?
that's nowhere to be seen on here.
What softball fence you talking about?
Well, I keep hearing about
the outfield fence.
the outfield fence on the softball field.
When they have games, it goes over and goes down to those people's.
Goes into the
Oh, it's
street,
field.
goes into the street.
Oh, yeah, I picked up some good softballs driving through there.
Yeah, I almost ran over a little kid 2 days ago who was over on the far side of the street throwing those fluorescent balls across, and he was gonna drive right in front of me, chasing the balls over, so then he would throw them back onto the field.
Am I leaving that at 7 or changing it? Leaving it? There's plenty to do with it. 3,000 for supplies, 5,500, no, 550 for clothing, 150 for PPE, 2,300 for janitorial supplies, 2,000 for minor tools, which would include 2 new weed eaters, 3,000 for agricultural supplies, 4,500 for gas, oil, and diesel, 500 for signs, 1,000 travel and conference, 10,500 for electricity, 6,000 to replace more picnic tables with the metal thermoplastic tables, 20,000 for improvements other than buildings. I don't have any notes
That was
for.
my request for fencing in Butler Park.
Oh, well, when we put that up in fencing?
Could,
Yeah.
and we could probably cut some of it, maybe take it to 15. But there's gotta be some work done in that park.
So add 15,000
Yeah,
to the 7,000?
yes, please.
Okay,
So take that 20 to 0
but add
and
15,
put 20, or 27,
22.
22 to the fencing up above.
And then I'll add, to the notes, fence repair Butler Park,
Yeah. Repair and replace.
repair/replace.
How much to, where?
Okay, so we went back up to the fence and tool line, it was line 17,
Okay,
and that was 7,000,
all right.
and we added 15,000 to it for a new total of 22,000. But then we took 20,000 off of the down below.
Okay.
So that might cover that softball issue.
Hopefully. 'Cause I feel like we've been talking about that one for years. Was that the one we bid and then it came in so high?
Yeah, it was
We did, we said we weren't gonna forget about it, we were gonna make sure we
It came in at
budgeted
like
for it.
50-some thousand, I think. It was horrible.
And then the next one, machinery and equipment, 59,000. That's the upgrade of a mower, and we say upgrade because we trade in the old mower and get a new one that's part of the cycle. And then a new UTV for 45,000.
That sounds like a lot of money to me.
UTV.
Well, we have a quote for it because we wanted to buy it this year, and with the accessories, I should have brought it. That's how much it was, and I said, I can't sign this, that's not what you budgeted for this year, so now they didn't get it this year in the
And two
budget,
weed
so back
eaters
to
for
what
$2,000?
What?
2 weed eaters for $2,000?
Well, that's other things too. That's not, that, they are buying 2 weed eaters, but they also use other minor tools throughout the year.
I think you could get a UTV for 20.
We couldn't. They tried this year, maybe a used one, but
Add that to your list, Mayor.
the
Possible.
45,000
Yeah.
And
But leave the mowers important too.
there was another place on another budget for these picnic tables. Do we really have to have the picnic tables this year? We've been adding them and we're trying to change them over, I know, but is it something that could wait?
I don't know that they're somewhere else, but they were mentioned twice because they're in the notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say mentioned twice.
Yeah, but I was giving you the notes for parks
Oh, okay.
then. But it absolutely is something that you can choose to wait on, but again, we have existing
Well,
stuff.
we're trying to get some of those park benches on handicap,
We
compliant.
did get a couple this year.
Yeah, we got some last year too.
I've got picnic tables on my list.
Okay, so am I leaving them on here for now?
Unless you're comfortable now removing them, I put them on the list.
I saw a used UTV for sale yesterday, it was 28 miles on it, it was $15,000.
I want it, where's it at?
The city gets dibs first.
You can talk about that later. Am I changing these amounts or?
I say take the 6,000 off. for this year.
Anybody object? 6,000 is coming off. So, but the 59 is staying at 59 for now?
That was part of my,
Cut?
do we have to have another or a new UTV?
I think they would get by until we can figure it out.
Can we cut that in half
Well, can we cut the 45 out?
or cut it down to 20?
I think you either cut it out or leave it in, don't go halfway, because it's a plow with a sander body, they can do on the sidewalk.
Okay. The Freedom Trail
And it has
maintenance
to be
stuff.
narrow enough to make it through there.
That answered my question.
Yeah.
45 sits in our laps.
Yeah, it's got a sander body
That makes
and
a difference.
and a big plow on the front.
And the plow.
I'm leaving it for now.
So then is it really parks or is it snow?
It's parks, they use it mostly. And wouldn't matter, it's all general fund. $260,045 is my new total with the changes that we made.
What the heck? I've got 560.
You want me to just run through top to bottom real fast,
Yeah.
or bottom to top might be easier because less changes at the top. So I'm gonna start at the bottom, 59,000, then 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 10,500 is electricity, then 0, 1,000, 500, 4,500, 3,000, 2,000, 2,300, 150, 550, 3,000, 22,000, you have that?
Yeah.
7,000, 15,000, 3,000.
Oh, I have 302,000.
No. Yeah,
Oops.
that might be it. So if you change that to 3, are we at 260,045?
Okay.
You're gonna be real happy if you approve that one.
I think I stuttered on something.
All right, so 2 over, 3, no, how many over do I go? 1 over to libraries, page 24. Library, for the notes, I have night security increased from 450 to 660 a year. Might have asked Mary to look into if that's valuable to us. 10,000 for building repair, that's drywall and log repair. 5,000 machinery and equipment, because they were only able to replace 4 of the 6 staff PCs needed in 2024, and 2 more are remaining in 2025, estimated at 1,400 each, plus a shop vac and a cover one that rebinds books. So starting at the top, 4 full-time, 1 part-time library clerk, and 1 part-time custodian, I have 166,000. Payroll taxes, 12,700. Retirement, 9,225. Workers' comp, 675. Group insurance, 47,700. Unemployment, 700. Insurance, 15,750. Services and fees, 18,000. If you'd like me to go through the breakdown, I can. 800 for publishing, 10,000 in building repairs. Do you want to add anything on that, Bob?
I did find a contractor that's willing to fix the logs on the front of the library, so if I do get that done this year, then I'm just waiting to meet with him so he can estimate it. It was estimated in 2018 at like 7,500, so hasn't gotten any better, but
Isn't there a bunch of repairs on the back patio and stuff?
that's already,
Dealt with?
yep, contractors, Extreme Foundations, they're gonna fix that. So the logs are in this year's budget, if I can get it done.
You probably still want to leave something in there though, right?
Yeah,
Do we want to leave all 10 or figure you're going to get it done this year? And lower that to 3,000 or something?
I say leave it for right now. 10,000 is really nothing. But if it doesn't happen this year, then you've got it.
I'm optimistic it'll get done. guarantee it. And that building's gonna need staining.
So it'll get spent.
Oh,
If we
it'll
leave
get-
it.
I don't think 10,000 is gonna stain it, but it's gonna need it soon.
Okay. So leave 10,000, no objection. Equipment repair, 4,000. That copier maintenance agreement, we found out last year they were paying for toner, and then because we were looking for that new piece of equipment and we were getting quotes, and we discovered that their current agreement includes toner and they shouldn't have been paying for it, so we should see a $800+ saving in supplies by the end of the year, because they were reminded that if they get it from anybody else, they have to pay for it, but if they get it from the contract provider, it's included.
So we could drop that.
No, the equipment repairs, that's the copier maintenance agreement, and then if they have any other, you might be able to drop it a little bit, if they have any other equipment that breaks, like their water fountain or something else. So, I mean, maybe you could. I have $2,750 estimated for the copier maintenance agreement. But it was supplies where the additional, savings should be, but where are they at year to date? Anybody?
I think we should probably keep it
Okay.
at half of.
I would just leave it alone.
Four.
They do a lot of stuff up there.
Supplies, 6,000. Historically, they're supplemented annually with grant and donation dollars. But we have now just tried to maintain that level without the grant dollars. I talked with Bob about that, and he was gonna talk with them about, because we haven't in the last couple years, I don't think, at least for sure the last year, maybe not the last 2 years, we haven't even applied for the grants we used to get.
Maybe one now.
We just asked for more money. So when you see those larger dollar amounts, know that they were spending extra in supplies because they had it in their budget and they got grant dollars, not because you had budgeted for it. So we can leave it at 6, but if we're getting grant dollars and I supplementally appropriate the budget by those grant dollars, which increases the amount they spend, which then the next year you take that amount and increase it, and then we don't apply for them, it's just costing us more. I don't hear any objection, I guess I'll leave it at 6.
Are you saying we should drop it to 4?
I am. We should see a savings of over $800 for the toner. If they apply for grants, and they're not huge, they're 2,000, 1,000, but they are out there, then we could supplementally appropriate the budget with those grant dollars.
So for supplies, drop it to 4?
Okay.
Okay.
Anybody object?
We're getting 9 o'clock, mine.
Yeah, me too. 2,000 for janitorial supplies. Where are we at year to date on that? Oh, yeah, that sounds about right then. 3,500 for travel and conference. 3,250 for telephone. Their phone is kind of hard and all over the place because they do qualify to get E-rate credits, which have to continuously be applied for. So that's another thing we need to make sure that we keep applying for, to keep those credits coming in, to keep our telephone costs down.
They don't,
Schools get those too, right?
Yeah, our cycle's starting again in 25, for the
Okay.
next 5 years.
they don't come close to using 3,500 with their conferences.
Well, they have new employees, and they do have 2 staff needing library certification, and then other training. But if we want, we can lower it, but I do know they have newer staff that they want to send to the library conference.
Okay.
So are we leaving it, or
And they attend plenty of training where the Friends of the Library pays for it.
the director?
No, just leave that also.
We don't even want to lower it to 3,000. I mean, she's right. It's been 13, 15, 276, 331, 424. Maybe you could put it down to 3,000 or 2,500.
Let's say 3,000.
Any objection? Go ahead. Telephone, oh, we already did, sorry, electricity, 9,250. Propane, 5,500. Machinery and equipment, 5,000, and we talked about that. That's 2 staff PCs. Those estimates of 3,000, you could probably drop that by a couple hundred if you wanted, but I don't know if that makes a big difference. And then a shop vac and that cover one, which I asked what that was, and it rebinds books, so instead of having to send it off somewhere to get done, they can do it in-house, and they thought that was really important. Computer software, 8,215. Books, again, historically supplemented annually with grant dollars, but we just keep increasing the amount, 12,500. I believe last year we talked about building repairs and the roof and the hail money, and so we were gonna do some repairs and we were gonna save some money in the budget, and they wanted us to put the extra in books, so we did, and now we're matching it this year.
I think we should drop it to 10.
Any objections?
Nope. Is machinery where they were getting the new computers?
Yes.
And how much are they?
1,400, 3,000 for new staff computers.
1,400
1,400 was the estimates.
Where are they buying them from?
Black Hills Technology provides all of our computers, and there's something about their computers, again, we can ask.
These are just librarians, what are they doing? Just, I mean, they're not using AutoCAD software and all that.
Those are big databases,
Yes,
I think.
yeah. Here, I got some notes from our IT guy, but I'm not
So it's not a
sure.
big deal.
Yeah, we
That's
can
$1,400
ask.
a lot for a computer.
And again, these are estimates projecting 2025 prices, so,
They should be storing everything on the share drive, right?
no, they have their own server, they have their own firewalls, they're our backup if we go down.
$1,400, that's like a game.
I can ask him before, because we have time before we buy it, so.
You're playing games at the library now.
But he did give us the estimates and he knows what they run, so I can get more detail if you want, or I can change it if you want.
No, it's not, it's $1,400 a lot.
And then subscriptions, again, previously budgeted in supplies. After she did her annual library report for 2023, she said, God, it would be so much easier if I didn't have to go through all these supplies to find the subscriptions. I said, let's just create a subscription code, because she has to report to the Library Association how much is spent in subscriptions, so she was having to go through all her supply expenses and pull out the subscriptions. I told her it'd be easy enough to just add a subscription column. Should have brought supplies down to add that $5,000 there, but here you are. You did drop supplies just a little bit, but here you are with now an added $5,000 expense, which shouldn't really be added. It should, the net effect should be zero if I'm taking it from one place, moving it down somewhere else, but you already dropped supplies. Where are we at for subscriptions year to date? Yeah, we're 26, so you should see significant savings in supplies, but
Why don't we, what page is libraries?
library is on page 24. And you dropped supplies to 2,000 already. We were thinking about the $800 savings in toner, I think, for part of that. Any recommended changes?
About $4,000.
We can try it. If I drop subscriptions to $4,000, then our total for the library is $339,765. We have one more general,
Wait, do what?
$339,765.
So, in subscriptions, it's gonna be $1,000, you're saying?
Nope, we put it down to 4.
4,000. We cut it by 1,000.
Okay, I've got 340,015.
That's fine.
So 10,000, it's 4,000, and then 10,000. And then, I'm just gonna go through the ones we changed. And then we brought travel and conference down to 3,500.
To 30.
I'm sorry, to 3,000, that's what I meant. And then we brought supplies down to 4,000 from 6,000.
I've still got 34,015.
Try your auto sum, because those were the only 4 things we
Autosum's in
changed.
the top right corner.
What's,
That's what I have too. 339,765 is what you should have. Do you want me to just start at the top and run down?
Yeah,
Sorry.
That's okay. 166,000, 12,700, 9,225, 675, 47,700, 700, 15,750, 18,000, 800, 00, 10,000, 4,000, 000, 4,000, 2,000, 3,000,
Ah.
3,000.
0, 3,250. Yours is 3,250? Is it? Oh, so you must have changed, the travel and conference was supposed to change to 3,000, but telephone stayed at 3,250.
Okay.
Did you get travel and conference changed to 3,000? Okay. 3,250.
Telephone is what?
Telephone is 3,250, we didn't change it.
Okay.
Electricity, 9,250, 5,500, 000, 5,000, 8,215, 10,000, and 4,000. Should be 339,765.
Correct. Yep, got it.
Good to go.
How many
Next one.
employees do we have at the library?
We have 4 full-time and 1 part-time library clerk and 1 part-time custodian. Last general fund department is the Mueller Center, page 25 and 1 tab over. 1 full-time, 1 year-round part-time. Oh, let's see, what notes do I have for the Mueller Center? I still have yet to take out, I think, yeah, to take something out. So we had 5,000 services and fees for the Missoula Children's Theater, but remember we took that out of revenue and talked about how Chris said the dates available in 2025 don't work. So when we get to services and fees, we're gonna remove 5,000 from that. We have 40,000 for building repairs and maintenance to change the annex lights to LED and a backup heat source for the theater and general building maintenance. 5K for street walk repairs to seal coat, crack seal, and patch the front parking lot. 3,000 for improvements other than buildings to replace banquet tables. So starting at the top, 66,200 for salaries and wages, 5,100 payroll taxes, 2,900 retirement, 2,025 workers' comp, 11,950 for group insurance, 300 for unemployment, 12,400 for South Dakota Public Insurance insurance, 12,200 for services and fees. The notes I have include 5,000 for the Missoula Children's Theater, so I'm going to take that out and remove 5,000 from that total.
So that'd be 7,200.
Do
Your
what?
services and fees,
Yep.
it's 12,400, so I've got here.
No, the next one down. No, wait.
Yeah, it'd be, she's right, services and fees would be 7,200 if we take 5,000 out. And still, the True Green, we have 1,500, EAP 11,000, Alsco 3,000, Spot Wranglers to clean the carpet 600, Black Hills Technology 216, River Run $600. Was it more than that this year? That's just to put some flowers out front. Fire in the summer. Fire extinguisher inspection 250. I'm not sure if we add those up. We're at 7,200. 3, 4, 5. I'm still on services and fees.
So what's the final number, Missy?
I'm sorry?
What's the final number?
I don't know, at 3, 4, 5, 5,500, 6,100. I'm still not at 7,200 adding all those up, but we're close, so, 7,200 unless there's any other changes to that. Publishing, 3,000, that's for advertising. He's not legally required to publish anything. I'm not sure if he were here if he'd tell you we get a good thing for that buck or not. What have we spent here today?
2214.
Oh, and we had quite a bit because of the Missoula Children's Theater. We spent over 1,000 in advertising for the 3 for the Missoula Children's Theater, so.
Knock that down to 2,500 like we had last year.
We sure can because we should have some savings from not doing the advertising for that Missoula Missoula Children's Theater.
That's line
Oh, so 2,500 for that?
10, or line 10, right?
Yes, publishing. Down to building repairs and maintenance, 40,000.
Where's the line?
To change over the annex lights to LED and to find a backup heat source for the theater and then general building maintenance.
Can we require it be a quiet heat source in the theater? So we're sitting over there during council meetings going,
Can we
that thing's so
defer
noisy.
the LED lights for in here?
Well,
I would think so. The only thing is I don't have an amount broke out. He didn't provide a breakout of what, so I don't know what amount you'd want me to decrease it for, but we certainly could. Any suggestions?
Well, it's gonna save us electricity on the lights,
And we might be able to get some rebates from,
taxes.
well, we don't pay taxes, so.
Oh, that's right.
But they sometimes give rebates.
Yeah, they do.
If you do that, you send them your bill for buying it.
So we're in budget meetings, and we're talking about the Miller Center. Talking about the building repairs, change over to annex lights, change annex lights, annex lights to LED. What's your estimate on that one again? Okay, and then do you have a cost for the backup heat source? Thousand or hundred? Yeah, backup heat source for theater. So that's an HVAC then? Okay, 3,000, less than 3,000 for the lights and around 35,000 for HVAC. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
His previous general maintenance stuff, previous 19 and 20, were like 5 to 6.5, no 7, 5 to 7,000.
What was that breakdown you shared, Mayor? I'm sorry.
Less than 3,000 for the LED lights
I'm just gonna put 3K, if that's okay.
and 35,000 for the backup heat source. It's HVAC, heating and air conditioning.
Is that gonna run on our existing system, or is that gonna have electricity costs? I imagine, or is it gonna be propane, or? Anyway,
If it's a backup.
Our backup on the other side is
Yeah, we'll be
propane,
running.
isn't
it's
it?
gonna be propane. So 40,000 or a different amount?
Where's that?
Okay, I'm leaving that for now. 8,000 for equipment repairs and maintenance. 5,000, as we discussed, for the front parking lot only to seal coat, crack seal, and patch. Supplies, 1,200. Janitorial supplies, 5,000. Minor tools, 1,300. Agricultural supplies, 500. Gas, oil, and diesel, 100. If you're wondering, utilities at the Mueller Center are paid from the 211 fund. 3,000 to replace old banquet tables. 1,650 for machinery and equipment for firewall replacement, and $66 for Black Hills Technology to Sentinel-1. New amount, I have 176,391.
Do we have to do, I know the parking lot's a piece of crap, do we have to do it?
Yes.
We've put it off.
We put it off for 3 or 4 years now.
You know? Just asking.
All right, so
That's a Band-Aid. 5 more times.
now that we've been through the general fund, you can take a look at your projected profit and loss on that tab, because we've been through all the departments in the general fund.
Which tab's up?
The 1, 2, 3 to the left, total fund, 101 general fund. Our projected revenue, if you remember, we made some changes, but it didn't change. And our projected expenses has changed a little bit. We're still $462,345 of a loss. And we haven't changed dispatch. Still at $102,500. Do we want to move on? We still have 212, 602, 604, 620, and 621. We have 1 hour to get through those 5. Do we want to go back and revisit anything in the general fund? Or are you going to accept that? Any input?
What do you have on your list?
What I have on my list as far as big ticket items, new police position, that's $100,000. And it's ongoing expense. Mag water is $12,000. The striping equipment is $65,000. And the UTV vehicle is $45,000.
If you say those again, I can add them up if we want a total.
Police is 100. Mag water is 12. And the striping equipment is 65. And the UTV is 45.
Oh,
Cuts that in half.
no, I was, oh, sorry, I wasn't adding correctly, apparently. Because I'm trying to use the calculator on my, so, okay, first one was 100,000 plus 12,000 plus,
65 for the striping equipment.
okay,
And then 45 for the UTV.
that's 222,000.
And that's, those items generated the most conversation. That's why I put them on the list.
I think we could definitely strike the, striping equipment and the manual. And the UTV for that matter.
Don't we have to do the striping up at the school? That has to be done, doesn't it?
You think so?
Well, it's not mandated by a maintenance agreement like a state highway is, but yes, you should, in theory.
No,
If we can paint it, you can still paint those curves.
Only good for 6 months when you pay them.
All the striping around the school is typically painted short of the ones that are on university, so. So 90-95% striping around the school is the stuff that's gonna last 6 months at the most. Just plain
well,
old.
in the winter, 3 more months.
Am I cutting anything? Did we decide to cut
No.
anything?
Don't jump the gun yet.
Okay.
We're still contemplating. Nothing else that we
If
go
we can get
forward
by
with
with
will add to this.
just the striping. Do you live with that, Bob? Up on the university and the school?
Just painting? Yeah. Inevitably, you're gonna have to figure out a way though.
That's still a
Oh, no.
$10,000 bill at least to paint, right?
We can do some of that ourselves.
It could be in-house done on that one, right?
Some of it, yeah.
We contracted it out because we didn't have the time to do it.
But we can still do it in-house, right, Bob?
Somebody makes a decision, please make sure I hear it.
So we can do it in-house.
I think we should do it in-house for now.
So that's the piece of striping equipment that's in highways, streets, and roadways?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I take 65 off there, am I adding 10,000 in professional services or in supplies or something to justify the expense of having someone else do it?
You gotta have the materials.
Supposedly next year, they will be freed up because they won't be doing the road project.
5 and supplies for paint.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys heard, but we're streets and roadways to page 11. I'm adding 5,000 to supplies for a new total of, back to, no, we didn't cut that one, to 15,500, that was going up. And then I'm taking 65,000 out of the 120 in machinery and equipment. And so we'd have 55,000 left.
Okay, man, you're going a little fast.
Yeah, you went way fast, start over again.
I'm back on highway, streets and roadways right now.
Okay, great. So supplies, that's line 19.
Okay,
I added 5,000 to that for a new total of 15,500. And that is to cover the paint, to do the striping in-house.
all right.
Okay.
And then I went down to machinery and equipment, line 36. And I took $65,000 away from that number without us getting the striping equipment. And so that's down to 55,000.
Well, that's a net savings of 10,000?
No, it'd be 55,000, or 50,000, because it was 65 and we added 5 up above, so it'd be 60,000.
So the grand total for that was 81, 83.
Yes,
So
Okay.
line 6, you dropped 5,000? No, you dropped,
I didn't drop, no, I added 5,000 to line 19,
right, I got that.
and then I dropped the line 36, machinery and equipment. I took the 65,000 out,
Okay.
so it's at 55.
So then while we were in the streets, the other one is the Magwar. For 12,000.
And that was in,
Highways and streets.
that was in street walk repairs, line 15. That was $12,000. So our new total will be 88,000.
So we removed it.
Yes. Everybody get that? Line 15 is down to 88,000. So our fourth total for the night is 869,883.
Was it in parks or the UTV?
Yes.
What was that final number, Christie?
For highway, streets and roadways?
Yeah.
869,883. And it will send y'all up if we get too lost. You'll all get what we approved tonight, but it does help if you can follow along. Parks is several clicks to the left, and on page 23. The UTV is down on line 34, machinery and equipment. And we estimated 45,000. So if I take that away from parks, that one goes down to 14,000. And our new total in parks is $216,045.
Whoa, I missed something.
Yeah, that-
I got 215.
Is that what I said?
They said 260.
Oh, I'm sorry, mine says 215. So I just said the wrong thing, but yes.
Confused enough, yeah.
So
Sorry.
the total on line 36 is how much?
14,000.
14,000.
Did you say 36? It's on 34.
34?
We're in parks.
Yes, okay.
They tabbed over off the street.
I was there. How did I end up out of there?
So we're still about $345,345 for the loss. You ready to move to a different fund, or are we still hammering away at that 345,000?
I'm still trying to catch up. What page is Parks on?
For three.
thousand to what?
14.
14. Just circling back, Bob, is that something that they can do without the UTV this year? You feel good about that, okay about that?
I'm sure we'll figure it out. Yeah.
You have to explain all the accessories, what it does, and everything.
Yeah, well, yeah,
One
it'll
repair,
help
et cetera.
tremendously, but for the greater good, we'll figure it out.
Well, I was gonna ask, the width of the hanging sidewalk, is that the same width as the sidewalk that goes up alongside the viaduct? Cause they have,
We have trouble with that one too.
do they have trouble with that one? I thought that they had a piece of equipment that they could use.
I think they just use a four-wheeler.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's what they do, with a blade on the front.
Did you say we're at 371, 8?
No, 345, 345. Did you accidentally change something in the streets that wasn't supposed to be?
Something happened. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Ariel's keeping track of me too, so we're the same. What else? Anyone? If I don't hear anything, I'm gonna move on, because we still have plenty to go.
We still have a $100,000 employee that we really can't afford. As much as we'd love him, I'd love him.
It might be easier to make that decision next year after we know what happens with our sales tax.
But we can't. Would we pay for half of him with overtime?
I budgeted for way more overtime than I ever have before, so.
The other wild card that we don't know is the county.
Oh,
Yeah, we gotta keep that.
That number is based on
1025,
1025.
which is more than I wanted it to be in the first place. Thoughts? Let's start talking.
Can we just take a quick break?
You can, but if you wanna stop at 9 o'clock, we're gonna schedule another day, and I'm gonna be gone for a week after this, so it'll have to be later.
We don't have, I can pee right here.
You know, we can take a quick break, but we still have some pretty big funds with some
Oh,
pretty big
absolutely.
deficits, so. You wanna take like a 5-minute break?
That's what I said.
Sure.
Okay. Yep.
So we're at 345, 345, so we need to come out of savings for the balance. Is everybody okay with going a little later tonight, so we don't have to have another night? So 11:30 tonight's fine?
no,
No,
I'm fine with it, that's my usual bedtime.
I have no problem, it's whatever you
So,
want to do.
so later, going later, if we can get done tonight,
I don't look at tonight.
to a reasonable amount. Some folks still have to try to get that, we recognize that. Again,
Back to work tomorrow.
just a reminder that when we're talking about taking out savings, you still haven't decided whether you want to take out savings to pay for the sidewalk. That is certainly, I think, the better decision than entering into 10 years of payments and current interest on it. We've got 420 that's going to come out for our lights. On your agenda Monday night, you're going to be asked to approve $245,000 for a front end loader. I think there's another figure in there.
The 245,000 for the front end loader, is that gonna be out of 24's budget or 25?
Savings.
My savings, oh, okay.
For consistency.
It would be 24 as well. 24, 25.
But it'll be savings, it's
So-
not budgeted.
Those are the potential draws out of savings in addition to where you're at right now.
Okay.
So the top one that's left, pardon me folks, but it's the police.
Can we take the backup heater out of the Mueller Center? That's a big chunk, and we've been throwing lots of money into this building for quite a while, can it rest a year? Is that back up here?
It's definitely something we could consider, because we have a long ways to go. Just the police department employee won't equal $345,000, so we can add that to the list of things we could consider removing. I have 93,200 as the savings if we remove the one new full-time officer.
So right now, the easier conversation is the backup heating for the Wheeler Center. Deborah, you're suggesting at 35, removing that?
I mean, we're not freezing in here.
I mean, I don't,
Summer.
Well, that's for the theater.
Well, for the theater. Yeah, it's a little chilly in there, but we've been doing fine.
I mean, we can adjust by wearing an extra coat or.
It's
extra
more,
clothes
I
on.
think, for the renters. You know, we're asking people to pay for a facility, and we could look at raising those rates. But who's gonna rent a facility that can't maintain an average temperature in the wintertime? And we do have school events that are here. So it's not just us and what we're comfortable with. And I'm not against not doing it, I'm just saying, consider that, because we charge people rent to utilize this facility. And we have to cancel events because we can't keep it warm. I hate to see us kick down the road, improving what we already have, while we add things that we don't have currently. We can't take care of what we have. That's the problem. We need to hear from you.
It is a one-time expense. And that makes a little bit of difference, but
That's,
One time or what?
well, as opposed to a recurring expense for the heater.
Oh.
So that advocates for keeping it.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Say we're leaving it.
so what do we take now?
So nothing's coming out of the Wheeler Center?
Nothing more?
All right.
Should we look at parks quick?
Cut that one pretty hard.
Took 45 out of park. Put it in PG&E.
Just for that piece of equipment, we took 10,000 out of streetwalk repairs and parks and 500 out of vehicle repairs and parks also.
Took picnic tables out of park.
Yep. Sorry, I missed
What's
that.
the word on those two new weed eaters?
Sorry?
Bob, what's the word on the two new weed eaters?
Thank you, Jim.
They need them?
Yep.
It's $2,000.
They want us to look at bigger stuff.
Yeah.
That's what it shows.
We don't want to go back and look at any of our contributions to outside organizations or donations? It's not very much that we can cut, but there's 31,500 there.
Brains cramping, where's that at, Misty?
That's on the it's in different departments, but it's in the total fund 101 general tab where you see the -345, 345. That's where each one of those are. I'm sorry, Darren, I interrupted you. What were you gonna say?
But, yeah, it's not an easy, but there's a quick 100,000 come off of police, and if you have a plan that's somewhere there, then let's go ahead and go on to the other departments and at least get them done, and if we have to come back to the general fund, we can do that. We could get hung up here trying to find 2,000 to save here and 4,000 to save there, that isn't gonna get us where we need to be.
So we are still saying leave the full-time officer and leave the general fund at a loss of $345,345 and move on to other ones and then come back to this?
That's the sense that I'm getting, is either, hey, folks need to step up and say, yes, we want the police to, we want the officer, or let's have a serious conversation of whether we're gonna keep it or not. Or move on to the others and get those done.
Get tired.
And then if we land back at 345, that's where we're at.
I'm gonna say drop the police officers off your list. I want that in there. I don't wanna drop it.
All right.
I wanna keep the officer.
Yeah, I want to keep the officer too.
I wanna keep the officer.
Okay.
I do
That
too.
had your bank accounts.
So, we're at 345. Okay. Take a start next time.
Yep, 212. This is another one where, it's nice to keep what you want and do that, but you cannot year after year project a loss and continue to function. But in this fund, we got some talking to do. 212 actually is also impacted by golf and Evans Plunge. So as we talk about these things in the 212 fund that we have budgeted for, and we talk about the transfers out, know that we'll have to work through the request of those funds before we can change that number.
What page is that?
It is on page 29. It's 2 tabs over from your total general fund. And I'm adding to this one, not because I wanted to, but because there was a public works meeting where boring, they approved going out for bids to do boring to the Jennings Avenue or Dip Bridge, and we didn't have it budgeted anywhere. So Tracy, Bob, Bill, and I came up with an estimate, and we added the $50,000 that they're going out for bids now for, to bore out the holes that are currently 80% full on the Dip Bridge.
Yeah, that's
So-
on that's why Fall River is higher on that side of Sixth Street than it is on this side.
So the first line, I'm sorry, but I increased that from 14,000 to 64,000. That is 12,000 for the social media position.
Is that services and fees?
Yes, ma'am.
From 14 to 60.
64, we added 50,000. Annual bridge inspections, which the state does and we pay for, 2,000, and then 50,000 for the dip bridge boring. We have 45,000 in Fall River Channel repairs. I'm not sure why the dip bridge boring couldn't go down there, and then we eliminate the other amount. We make it 50 and we drop the 64 back down to 14, because that is part of the Fall River Channel. But right now, we also have 45,000 budgeted there.
So to Misty's point, the Fall River Channel repairs, council put that in there to manage the flood channel portion of it. And that ends just north of, well, just a little south of the University Avenue. So that's what the Corps is expecting us to take care of. Whether we do the dip bridge or not, the Corps could care less. But anyone who's worked around Hot Springs for a while knows that if we have any significant rain around here, the dip bridge is going to flood. And it's because of the minerals that have collected there. Misty's point, certainly making it into a code, just understanding that that is a part of why we asked council to fund yearly some flood channel repair. And this year, Bob's done a great job of getting some folks to get that taken care of. He's contracted to have the concrete taken care of, just kind of around the falls, taken care of. He's got a contract with some folks to remove vegetation and trees north of Evans Plunge. And there'll be an agenda item for you on Monday's council agenda to fund some lodging for the AmeriCorps folks that are going to be in here for 4 weeks. Cleaning up the channel from Jennings to Minnetonka initially, and we'll see how much more time they have left and have them while they're here. Like to start going south of University Avenue or Jennings also. Getting into University, between Jennings and University may be a little more difficult, but there's certainly some work that they could do down around Brookside, get you around the Cattails and stuff. So, 45,000 that you folks have been setting aside, this is the first year that we've actually used it, and I think you said there's maybe $100 left out of the 45,000, get that taken care of.
And hopefully we get all those invoices and get paid in this year.
So you were saying line one, that top line, 14,000 and move this other 50.
Yeah, but apparently, which I wasn't aware, we created this, the Army Corps of Engineers didn't tell us we have to create the Fall River Channel repairs and we have to fund it with 45,000. I was just saying, if the dip bridge boring is truly for the river and keeping it, potentially that could move down and that could be the repair we do for this year, but maybe that wouldn't satisfy the Corps. I'm still waiting to see their actual inspection report. Everybody I asked doesn't have it. Somebody saw it at some point, because everyone was quoting what it
They want
says.
the trees out, they want the woody stuff out.
Do you have that report?
I walked with them and heard them,
Yeah.
and was that
But
the
if
report?
it's not in the report and it doesn't say, you know, this has to be done this year, they want it, yep, we want a new police officer.
So, the years I've walked with the Corps, when they've done the flood channel inspection, they don't go much south of University Avenue where the flood gauge is there.
Right.
That's where they stop their inspections.
But our river does, so, if we could move it, we could leave it, we have 50,000 for the dip bridge boring and services and fees and 45,000 in Fall River Channel repairs currently. We have over 600,000 to cut here, or not cut and take from your savings.
Well, then, probably don't want me to ask the question, because I don't, what about the flood wall safety railing?
It's not in here.
Did we, I know we're dipping into savings, but that's been on the list for a lot of years.
I have a plan, I just don't have estimates yet. I've got a couple of contractors giving me quotes, but
That's something that when it comes in, we
That's a liability waiting to cause a lawsuit.
supplementally appropriate if necessary.
If you have it,
If we have it.
and if you're comfortable taking your reserves down that far.
So
Yes, we'll
are you
have that.
saying we should take that 50,000 that we just added to the services and fees and consider that 45,000 the payment for that boring?
Or, I thought what he was saying is we add something for,
No, it was something new, and I think we're just, if, once we have numbers, have the discussion at that point and have the uncomfortable discussion at that point.
I guess I was backtracking.
Oh.
I don't,
Sorry.
yeah, I don't think I had any support to move the 50 down to the 45 and take it out of the one above.
I think it makes perfect sense, Misty.
Oh.
Just move it down there and in the notes add, dip bridge boring or something.
But,
It
And
makes
change
tomato
the-
tomato when you talk about Fall River Channel repairs.
well, I thought so too, but I didn't want it to be 95,000. I wanted it to be 50.
Right,
Oh, you mean a total of
Right.
50?
Yes.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
instead of,
45 plus 50.
because we are having the Corps of,
We're doing stuff this year.
yeah, the Corps doing all the cleanup and And we do have the patching going on this year, and so now this next year, we should consider paying for that boring as part of the river maintenance, wherever it should be, whether it's in the channel or not.
Since I've been involved with the flood channel inspections, the Corps keeps hitting us with the same thing year after year after year. They haven't fined us, they haven't done anything. So if we don't do any repairs next year, and we go ahead and put the 55,000 plus another 5,000 in there for the flood channel for the boring, the Corps is gonna hit us for the same thing. They may fine us, they probably won't. Because we do have an obligation to take care of the flood channel, and we've done a terrible job of that until this year. There's still foliage that they're gonna want out from Minnetonka up to where the Evans Plunge, up to the Battle Mountain Bridge. There's still foliage in there they're gonna want out. And if we take all the money from here to do the bridge, we're not gonna have that for that. But the bridge is much more a safety issue than the other flood channel repair. It makes sense. Put 50 in there.
Instead of 45,
Recognizing that
make it 50.
we're not gonna do any flood channel repairs with that money.
What I'm doing then is dropping the services and fees back to the 14,000, so if you change that, just leave it. Changing Fall River Channel repairs to 50,000, but I'm putting in there that we're doing the dip bridge boring for that.
Thank you.
When you talk about boring, what are we talking, what does that mean?
The culverts that go under the dip bridge, they're calcified 80% full, so they would have opened those back up.
Gotcha, thank you.
So the flood or the flow is better.
Right, I just didn't know what.
All right, the next one down,
Run that by me again, Misty.
The
14,000 back into,
the first number went back to 14,000, that's line 3, services and fees.
all right,
Line 6 went from 45 to 50,000,
okay.
and then I added the notes to that we're doing the dip bridge boring for 50,000.
All right, thank you.
The next one is improvement other than buildings, that's the Minnetonka Bridge replacement, it's 589,000, and not any other road repairs. Can't do anything about that, we're well into that grant agreement. This is the construction year, we knew about it last year, this number didn't change, I reconfirmed it with the engineer for our estimate, said it's still a good estimate for 2025 construction. We have 2 loans already in place that I have budgeted, principal 169,275, interest 12,755, this is for our Boulder Falls special assessment and our Boulder Falls sales tax revenue bonds. The red notes are the future South Dakota DOT payments. If we fully expend what they give us, our annual payments for 10 years will be around $208,000. We talked about, and I feel like we're all on the same page, that that's not something we can add, or should. Airport improvement, I sent along with the budget notes, the information the airport advisory and Bill Lukens provided for the AWAS 3 system. That's 33,500. That is the city share only. And then we talked when we were in airports about the added expense for that software annually. Did you want to talk at all about that while we're here, or?
I don't know, did anybody take the opportunity to read the information on the AWAS 3? It's an automated weather observation system. It's a certified system that will allow instrumented landings. Any company or operation that has to file a flight plan will now be able to land at Hot Springs once we get that in place. The TV stations in Rapid City will actually be able to report our weather. It will enable live flight to fly in and out of here more often, because any time that an aircraft has to fly under instrumented flight rules, they'll be able to do that because we already have GPS landing. And now with AWAS 3, that is the second piece of the puzzle for instrumented landings. from a growth standpoint, Ivan Fenner said it best, is you don't know what you don't know who's not coming here because they can't land here. So the opportunity for the airport, not only the airport, but for the community to grow, because people that can now land here and are willing to land here because we have a proper weather system, will be able to do so. You know, the reason I wrote up what I did is it does carry with it about a $6,000 a year maintenance fee. Our current Super AWAS doesn't, but it's not certified, it's down a lot, there's not parts for it, we repair it by scrounging parts from other airports that used to have it. The one group that does not benefit from it is the local pilots, because they don't fly with instrumented flight rules, they fly visual flight rules, so it's not something that we're doing for the local folks.
And also, they just look out the window, see what the weather is
Yeah.
right there. So that's real-time weather.
It's really the next step in growing the airport, and should have a positive impact on the community, but it will also have an impact on the airport budget each year.
Do you think that this will be ready by 2025?
According to Charlie Baker, the KLJ engineers, they will start designing this year, they'll go out to bid next year and finish construction in '26. So yes, there will be, there won't be any fees that hit the expense budget in '25, but there will be some construction or design related fees in '25.
And 33,500 is
Yeah.
what we have. The last one, if we're ready to move on from that, if anybody has any questions, I don't mean to rush you, I just getting tired. Transfers out is $527,513. The breakdown is in the notes, and it's also, if you scroll over, estimated below where you can see your projected loss for the fund. So Evans Fund is at 286,785. Southern Hills Golf Course is at 240,532. Those are updated numbers after we added some revenue to both of those as we reviewed them on Tuesday night. So if their projected revenue in the 212 fund, which would be highly impacted if we lost some sales tax based on IM25. And then our projected expenses, we now have a $556,947,000 loss in the 212 fund.
I thought the Evans Plunge and this golf course are doing really, really well.
But their revenue and expenses have to match for budgeting. And we went through their revenue, we know what it is, so we'll go through their expenses and you can see what you want, but we cannot pass a budget where their expenses exceed their revenue. We have to address it. And since neither one of those have a lot in their own savings, this is where we've taken it from. Cash balance is a changing number every day. When I pulled the report on the 25th of July, the golf course fund had $231,000. Now they're still paying for their HVAC system and the wall repairs, so we anticipated the majority of that will go away with those projects. And Evans Plunge has $248,000. So I wouldn't feel comfortable with you applying cash from either one of those funds in excess of $100,000 for either one, and they'd be cutting it pretty close if you did.
So what's your total with 212?
Your total is for expenses before we go through Evans Plunge and the golf course, which we still have to go through, is $1,395,847.
Thank you.
Yep, with a projected loss of $556,947. Knowing that, the $589,000 is a one-time expense for the Minnetonka Bridge repair. but typically that's where we pay for, street repairs, so it's not like it would go down to zero. We're not doing any this year because we don't have any room to do it, so. If there's no other changes to that fund, I wanna move over to 604, sorry, 602, which is our water fund. It's 1, 2, 3 over, and it would be starting on page 32 and moving on to page 33. In our water fund, we pay 40% of our full-time engineer, we have a full-time foreman, and we have 2 full-time operators. They did request another employee this year, we did not put it in our budget because they are projecting a loss. Both water and wastewater has SRF loans, and those loans have debt service agreements where our revenue be 110% of our expenses to make the loan payment. We do have debt service reserve, so if we don't hit that, we've got reserve accounts that help us cover that, but I just want to point that out, that they should be projecting profits every year, not losses. $264,000 for salaries and wages, $20,200 for payroll taxes, $16,000 for retirement, $5,100 for workers' comp, $42,600 for group insurance, unemployment $650, insurance is $20,000. Services and fees is $45,000. We are talking about the meter reader. I have that in red. That may go away for next year, so we may be able to decrease that line. Bob's shaking his head yes.
Yes.
So I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna subtract from the $45,000, $13,020 for a new total of $31,980 in services and fees. That's on line 9. Publishing, they're no longer required to publish the annual water report, which I usually did anyway. So I'm not sure, unless that's job openings, what any amount is needed in there. We could use general government to post job postings. It's only $100, but I feel like we can take that out. So I'm changing that one to 0. Vehicle repairs, $5,800 for building repairs and maintenance. What would that be for if it weren't like hail damage or something? Because they don't even really have a building.
Like their
Pump houses.
Yeah, but what would be wrong with it that we'd have to repair that wouldn't be caused by wind or hail, or they're made of stone? Do we want to change that?
Would that be like deductible for somebody breaking into the water pump station?
Yeah.
No, we've never paid that out of building repairs and maintenance. It just comes out of the amount that the insurance company gives us for the repairs, so we wouldn't pay it out of
Would that
there.
be anything on the Evans pump station or hot rod pump station?
Right, which, the only repairs I can think of that we've done have been to the skylights on the roof, and those were always caused by weather-related events where there's insurance money that is used. So, I mean, I could leave it, it's only $800, but
Painting,
it's stone.
we're not, but they're painted. Evans, it's brown, it's not,
It's painted.
Well, we've spent $1,000 this year.
Well, did we spend it?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we had hail damage repairs though, didn't we?
Give me a second.
Right now, I'm gonna leave it at 800, since I didn't hear any reasons to drop it.
And I think 800 isn't gonna get us
It's
where
not,
we need
no,
to be.
no,
And trying to second guess
right.
why a building would need repairs, I don't have the skills to do that.
$7,000 for equipment repairs and maintenance, $4,000 for street wash repairs and maintenance, $70,000 for sewer water repairs and maintenance, $500 for supplies, $1,200 for clothing, $1,200 for PPE. I have the same comments about that. It's supposed to be moved from supplies. We just added an expense. Minor tools, $7,000. Purification chemicals, 29,000, with the note that costs are increasing. Gas, oil, and diesel, 7,500. Travel and conference, 1,500. That's for Pete and Tad primarily to go to shooter school because the classroom training for certification advancement is paid by the employee, not the city. Telephone is 1,100. Electricity, 62,000. Cell phones, 1,600. Improvement other than buildings is 87,000. That's for 400 radio read meters this year. And then proposing a tower project in 2026, which we will most likely not be financially prepared to support.
Does this finish out the,
Yeah, we close.
500 is the estimate, so it'd be 400 out of 500.
isn't this what we need to do to eliminate the meter reader?
No, we can still have our guys go around and it takes her 3 days to read them as it is. Go down to 1 day if we get all these done.
That 1,000 in building repairs was the door system for the loading dock.
Oh, which was a, insurance refunded expense. And we had, the loading dock was broken into 2 times.
This building too?
2 times that since I've been here, and real, like, not very far apart, and then this second time, we did some real good securing of the door, so if it happens again, hopefully. We had a camera installed after the first one, so when the second one happened, I was like, hey, that's fine, let's just see what the camera has. Well, guess what? Nobody was checking the camera, and it was no longer recording.
The memory card.
Full. It was, and they should have known that, they should have been resetting it. So, thank you, Ariel. 87,000 for, we talked about that. 64,850, that's 64,000 for a pickup truck. And our utility billing clerk needs a computer upgrade for 850. The truck, was that something they didn't buy the truck this year, which you say, like, council approved budget, but no, you just approved budget, they didn't need the truck, they said they weren't gonna get it, but they're budgeting for it again next year. And that, I had that highlighted, was that something?
Where is this at?
In water, machinery and equipment.
64,850 for a truck.
It's actually 64 for the truck, 850 for the computer. But they had a truck budgeted this year, but it didn't happen this year. They chose something else, or Public Works chose something else for that. Is that staying in? Computer software, 3,200.
You didn't give us a chance to
Oh.
think about it. Is it used when an option?
No, I don't even think they want to use one. They want to get rid of one.
Yeah, they want to get rid of one.
Can they go another year without a truck? Bob,
No,
can they go another year without a truck?
Yeah.
this doesn't help our general fund or our additional sales tax fund, this is our water fund. Currently with the changes we have, their projected loss is $5,057. They would project a profit if you took the pickup truck out, which is not a bad thing for a fund that has super expensive stuff happen all the time.
I mean, if they didn't get this year, then I don't know why we want to keep it in there.
Anybody else have any input?
Now, I guess, and it would be a guess, is that this year they said, no, we'll get by with what we have and get it by next year.
I'm
That's
guessing
my
too.
guess.
And they had to get by because there were some other expenses that were approved and unbudgeted that they
I'm not sure I want to,
leave it in.
I think that stuff hits employee morale though.
I'm saying leave it in. It does hit.
I'm just saying, those departments, they're like, they need this stuff to do their, I'm not saying we should keep it, I'm just saying, it's another thing to think about. it.
Certainly would.
Morale,
All of them where you make cuts will feel it.
Yeah.
Am I leaving it in?
I say leave it.
Okay.
Yep, leave it in.
3,200 for computer software. They pay 1/2 of the utility billing for Banyan. 1/3 of the point of sale. They have Core and Main, FlexNet software, and Black Hills Technologies. Principal and interest, I mentioned our SRF loans, $114,781 in principal payments, $25,796 in interest. And they also have year 4 of 6 of a year 4 of 6-year lease you approved in 2022 for a backhoe, and that's $28,576 in principal and $2,923 in interest. And then we have the transfers out, that is budgeted for internal, that one is budgeted, and then there's the internal utility use, which is forgiven and supplemented when available, that's unbudgeted. So we are at $1,020,557,000 with really just a couple capital costs in there for a projected loss of $5,057. And these funds, which historically had over $1 million in reserves each year, are down to under $500,000 right now. We gotta finish out the year and finish up the project. 5,000 probably won't make them go broke, but keeps taking from the reserve, and you're used to having money in reserve, and we're used to having it, and they do. It's not what will happen, well, it is what will happen when, because something always happens in these funds that has large price tags attached to it. Are you satisfied with the water funds budget? Anyone?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. 604 wastewater, do the following pages in your worksheet. So that starts on 34, goes on to 35, and it's just one tab over on the Excel spreadsheet. 40% of the full-time engineer, a full-time foreman. Had some deadlines to get the qualifications for the position, one of them ends this year. 2 full-time operators and a part-time operator, who kind of inherited when we were short-staffed and just kept on. $186,500. Payroll taxes, $14,275. Retirement, $11,200. Workman's comp, $4,250. Group insurance, $18,900. Unemployment, $500. Insurance, $19,000. Services and fees, $12,000. Skip a couple. Vehicle repairs, $6,000. Where are we at year to date on that?
4,000.
Oh, that's because we did some hail damage repairs, but we'll leave that. Building repairs, control panels and boiler room AC are the notes for $40,000. Building repairs and maintenance. Equipment repairs, $15,000. Please stop me if anybody sees any room for changes. Sewer, water repairs and maintenance, $40,000. We have $10,000 in fence tools, and the notes say Romy fence completion and repair at the ponds. That, I think in my notes, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, but the Romy lease for ponds expires in 2026, and so we're getting that on Public Works to talk about, to discuss those, if we have any options there.
How come we doubled it? I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back if I can. Control panels, boiler room AC. We went from 20 in 2024 to 40,000.
He's doing repairs.
The control panels for the pumps are old and corroding and tripping out, and so they're needing to be replaced, and he's working hard to do that.
We've only spent $1,200 year-to-date on the $20,000 approved this year. And Ariel and I went and took a tour, and he did say he was doing a lot, so where is he paying for that out of?
This is totally sewer water repairs and maintenance.
Yeah.
Tracy put everything together.
Yeah, we do have a breakdown between who does the invoices and who's buying the stuff. So this year, I started sending the expenditure reports and the cash balance reports to the foremans, because they just give invoices to Tracy and he just fills them out and gives them to us. And I give him the reports, but they had no idea where they were at for budget. And so there's some communication that wasn't happening. I'm trying to help in the ways that I can, but
Well, it might be kind of confusing because you have the building repairs and maintenance, you have equipment repairs and maintenance, and sewer, water repairs and maintenance. And it looks like, on year-to-date, you're at 81% of your 50,000 that was allotted for 2024. So it kind of makes you wonder if whoever's putting these out are confused as to where they should be going.
yeah. So there's descriptions for each of these. Building would be anything that if you pick the building up and shook it, doesn't fall out. So HVACs are included in there.
Okay.
Components of the building are included in there. Equipment repairs and maintenance would be anything that would fall out.
Right.
So pumps, if they're not secured to the building, that's the description. And then typically sewer water repairs and maintenance for actual repairs to the sewer lines in the sewer fund. Any changes to any of those, or are we good to move on?
No, none of this electrical stuff. Probably.
Yeah, but we should have the department heads advising.
Well, see, that's what I was
It's his budget.
saying, because you got 20,000 that was on your budget for 2024, and they've only used 1,200, and then they wanted it increased to 40,000 for 2025. And then you look at the other two down below, and,
Water usage year to date.
yeah, I'm just wondering if something's being put in the wrong category.
Yeah, as long as it's in there, as long as they have the budget,
Okay.
it's not up to us to determine the category, and we can ask him to relook at these, but in total, for 2025, are we satisfied with the numbers they have? Good. I think it was at supplies, there were no changes to those. 1,000 for supplies, 1,300 for clothing, 1,200 for PPE, same comment. We added that because we were gonna move expenses from supplies, and then we just added expenses. Janitorial supplies, 1,000. Minor tools, 10,000. Purification chemicals, 32,000. Sorry, it's getting late, so I don't care if anybody gets mad at me, because this is what happens when I get late and you ask me to stay. Odor control, there's a significant increase due to adding for odor control. Always gonna smell out of wastewater treatment plant. Hopefully, the aerator and all the other expenses we approved this year to try to address that and do it. I think we're throwing good money at bad. Gas, oil, and diesel, 4,000. Travel and conference, 1,600. Not sure what that's for, because the classroom training for certification advancement is paid for by the employee. And they do not attend the workshops provided by the municipal league or any other place, so I'm not sure what that's for.
Dan and Trent got their CEOs this year.
That's why we
So
had the
they were
expense
over,
this year.
But, yeah, they'll go before next year.
I know it's a small item, but it seems like every department has a clothing allowance.
Yes, not everyone, but our maintenance, water and wastewater, and our police.
I understand the police.
Yeah, water and wastewater have to have logo clothing, they go into people's homes. They're more comfortable with, and then the damage to their clothing, especially the wastewater people, and we provide boots,
Just
safety
another one of
boots.
my questions, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Telephone, 1,350, 23,000 for electricity, 25,000 for propane, 1,500 for cell phones. Machinery and equipment, we have 221,000. That $130,000 for the rag catcher mechanical bar screen, it's very important. The 10,000 for the trickling filter fans, 65,000 for skid steer, and 16,000 for a two-man scissor lift.
And that's how they're prioritized by Jason.
And this fund also has currently a projected loss of $14,856.
Can we defer, and I think we've done this before, can we continue renting the scissor lift.
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm not sure we rent it that often, do we? Is it more of a,
No.
I think the problem of us renting it is when they need it, it's not available. If I remember correctly, that was an objection that we had heard. I'm not against removing it, I want to remove something, so I'm gonna take it out, but there was one place in town where you could rent one, and everybody has to share that, so I think there have been times where they needed it and it wasn't available.
Is that skid steer replacing?
No. Wastewater doesn't have one at the plant.
We do have them, though, we could share them, right? I removed 16,000 from machinery and equipment so far, and that leaves us at 205,000. Did we wanna talk about the skid steer, or leave it?
You said we could share.
Mhm.
That's what I was thinking, share the skid steer between departments.
We buy stuff all the time that can be shared.
Absolutely.
Right.
We buy stuff all the time that we already have unused in places, because the communication between departments is difficult, and when you need something, it's easier to run Dave's Hardware and grab it and go find it.
Exactly.
So am I taking the skid steer out?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm also subtracting 60, and that's 65,000, right?
Which is, which we're at.
On machinery and equipment, the skid steer, 65,000, so that brings us down to 140,000 in that line. That was removing the and the skid steer. Computer software, 1,450. They also have SRF loan. Principal, 64,190. Interest, 17,641. The operating transfer out, 125,000. We have a new total in the wastewater fund of $828,856. And that gives us a projected profit of 66,144. Really, both our water and wastewater funds should have projected profits every year, because there are unexpected expenses every year, almost every meeting, honestly. Are we all comfortable with 604 and moving on?
Yep.
Yep, where are we at total?
Well, no, these are funds, so our 101 fund has not changed, we're minus 345, 345. In our 212 fund, we're still, what was it, 400 and something, almost 500,000 in the hole. So now we're going
So
fund
we're
by
reviewing
fund.
this like surgery.
Well, we
It
have
hasn't
to,
brought us down any?
we have to, because our accounting requires that enterprise funds operate and function in this way. So they have their own self-balancing book of accounts. The 101 fund is the only one with a bunch of departments in it. Also the one in our 212 fund that's threatened to lose so much revenue.
Is this the first time we're reviewing this?
Tonight? Yeah, we didn't review it Tuesday. So now we're moving on to 620, which is our golf course fund. And I just got to telling you, the 101 fund, the only one with a bunch of departments, but this one does have 2 departments. Not really sure why, but it's the way it was set up and it works fine. They have one revenue source. So I actually have the total projected revenue under this 620 golf course tab with the be the next.
37.
Yeah, the next page. But the next tab over in your Excel spreadsheet is the pro shop, and those 2 together are where the projected expenses of $842,207 come from, so it's those 2 together. But this first one we're going through, this is just the golf course, we consider it Jason's budget. This is the maintenance. They have 2 full-time employees, a superintendent and equipment manager, and we estimate various part-time and seasonal positions. We're estimated at $221,700. Seems about right. $16,975 for payroll taxes, $7,400 for retirement, $2,750 for workman's comp, $23,900 for group insurance, 1,000 for unemployment, 4,950 for South Dakota Gulf Insurance Alliance insurance, 2,600 services and fees. A couple of blank spots, 3 of them. 200 for vehicle repairs, 1,000 for building repairs and maintenance. Equipment repairs and maintenance, we have 12,000. That's repairs and maintenance on all equipment and power tools, including the golf carts. In 2023, I believe, they requested that Jason's budget, so the repairs and maintenance of the golf carts used to be in the pro shop budget. And Jason said he does all the repairs and maintenance on all the equipment, so he took that over into his budget. Then this year, the pro shop manager asked for $6,000 to recover the cart bench seats, 30 at $190 each. But I told her I don't want them to split what repairs get paid for out of which department. So I put that in Jason's budget. So that, he asked for 6, she asked for 6. That's where we get to the $12,000 total. If anybody wants to drop anything, we got a big deficit here trying to make up. 800 for street walk repairs, 10,000 for irrigation, 3,000 for pump motors and VFD repairs, 550 for supplies, 200 for clothing, that's PPE. They don't buy clothing to wear to work, it's for their PPE. 400 for janitorial supplies, 1,300 for minor tools, 350 for agricultural supplies, 150 for landscape material, 4,000 for sand, 12,500 for fertilizer, 3,500 for pesticides.
Back on sand, can we drop 1,000?
I don't think so.
We've only used 700, and the previous 2 years was 3,300 and 2,700. And they've only used 700, but they'll probably fix it all after the season's over, right?
Probably sand for the greens, they sand them for the season.
Okay, I went through fertilizer, pesticide, plant growth agent regulator, plant growth regulator, 3,000, wedding agent, 1,300, seed and sod, 1,200, trees and flowers, 500, gas, oil, and diesel, 11,000, signs, 800, travel and conference, 2,500, and he did note in 2025, the Golf Association conferences in San Diego. 850 for telephone, they did drop their shop phone in 2021. Electricity, 7,400, propane, 1,200, cell phone, 300, he gets reimbursed. Improvement other than buildings, we have 60,000. There are 3 capital improvement projects per the master plan he'd like to get done. Phase 3 irrigation upgrades, main line, satellite heads at 20,000. Oh, that's 20,000 is phase 3 irrigation upgrades, which is main line, satellites, and heads. 30,000 to construct the practice green. 10,000 for cart pad to store carts. This one and the next one, I have in my notes the priority order he put those in, so I'd like to get through the next one before we talk about any cuts, so you know what his priority order is for those. Machinery and equipment, he has 93,350. The maintenance guy needs a new computer, estimated at 850. They'd like a new Toro 3500 rough mower for 46,400. They'd like a new Toro Workman HD utility cart at 36,100, and a Vicon fertilizer spreader for 10,000. The priority order is the computer, the rough mower, the cart, the spreader, irrigation, practice green, cart pad, and Jason in his priority email, agrees with what we've discussed. The reason that this is the order is because he'd rather take care of what he has than get something new. So computer is replacing something, rough mower is replacing something, and then we go cart spreader, irrigation, practice green, cart pad. No comments?
And or how much do we have to come up with?
We are $240,532 projected loss in the golf course fund for 2025.
Bob, have you looked at the equipment? Does it need to be replaced?
Yes, I got the practice green cart pad, was me.
Yeah, those are the last two. And I would say, because you're new, I just want to share this. Jason is probably one of the most, what's the word I'm looking for? Like because he's an enterprise fund, conscientious, thank you. Because it's an enterprise fund, he doesn't get to not care where the money comes from. So every dollar matters to him in his purchasing.
I get along with one with.
I would too. Yes.
Your recommendation is to cut the cart path and,
Practice green,
yeah.
so that's 40,000.
Okay.
Anybody disagree with postponing the practice green and the cart pad? Pad? It's not pad.
No?
Okay. So I'm changing improvements other than buildings to 20,000, because those are both included in that category. So from 60 to 20 there. And that lets him do the phase 3 irrigation upgrades. And then we have the rough mower, the Workman HD utility cart, and the Vicon fertilizer spreader in the next line. We're leaving those. The mower was his second most important. The cart was the third. The spreader was the fourth. Out of the 6, so.
You got the spreader.
Any objections? That removes 10,000, so we're at 83,350 there. Sorry, do I need to give you more time to think? Just stop me if I need to, it won't hurt my feelings. We're leaving in the rough mower and the utility cart and removing the Vicon spreader.
When I look at Jason's priority, the rough mower, the cart spreader and irrigation, and those are all quality of the course that we're presenting to people to play on. The practice green, we've already got a practice green, right? Depending which one we're talking about. If we're talking about a putting green, we've already got one. Cart paths, those make sense. He's asking for a spreader in my mind, because he feels like he needs one.
Your vote is still leave it in and not remove it?
No, I don't have a vote.
Well, we are all discussing here, so
But
We need
my
input.
we need
My
input.
thought is to give him all of the machinery equipment he's asking for.
Anyone else?
You can also look at the pro shop and then come back to that.
Like, leave it in there and then I'm gonna put it back in there for now. So
I put it back to
93. Because he spoke up, so if anybody disagrees, speak up. Computer software, 432, for our total golf course now, 475,022. And
Okay.
this number automatically updates, so now our projected loss is 200,532. Any changes we make to the next tab, I gotta bring that over, because it doesn't automatically
Christie, I
update.
got 474,672.
I have 475,022.
What was that bottom line number again? 49?
475,
No, item, line 49.
No, we left 93, 350.
Okay, that's what I missed.
Okay.
93.
All right, so moving over to the pro shop, where currently I have 327,185 as a total. My notes for the pro shop. Pro shop is on starting on page 39, going to page 40. The manager requested we increase salaries and wages to $118,500, looking to add a position. I estimated at $114,350, and after we talked about it, we decided to leave it at that, knowing what their projected loss was. Typically, they don't exceed salaries and wages. As you can see, she's 35% year-to-date on her budget, but we're really pushing her to hire more help and have less overtime. So I think $114,350 is fair and can get her covered through the year with coverage adequate to cover what the course needs. Payroll taxes, $8,775. Retirement, $2,525. Workman's comp, $1,750. Group insurance, $11,950. Unemployment, $575. Insurance, $8,700. Services and fees, $13,000. And I want to point something out here between services and fees and publishing. When you switched from Golf Now to Lightspeed, we were going to save a bunch of money, but then we've grown our services with Lightspeed. So we are now paying the services and fees for processing the credit cards through Lightspeed, the Lightspeed monthly fees, and almost all of our publishing, 19,000, is now being done through Lightspeed digital marketing. So 13,000 and 19,000. The only other things in that 13,000 is $432 for Black Hills Technology, $175 for fire extinguisher services, and then the 19,000, the digital marketing expert is 13,200, and they're also requesting an additional branded app for $149 a month, $1,788 a year, and then e-commerce addition to software. So that's also Lightspeed, $85 a month for an additional expense of $1,020 a year. And then the additional for print advertising, this is anything other than Lightspeed, is $450 for the Fall River Welcome Guide and $20 for City Map. License, $300, that was new in 2021, food service and malt beverage license. It's not that those costs were new, they asked me to add that category as an expense so they can keep track of those. Repairs and maintenance for buildings, $5,000. Equipment repairs and maintenance, we moved that to the other one. Supplies, $3,500. The additional $1,000 is for range supplies, baskets, and tokens. $15,000 for material or equipment for resale. $300 for on-sale wine. $25,000 for on-off sale beer. $2,500 for other materials for resale. $10,500 for clothing, that's for resale.
Can you
That's
tell
in
me
the
where we
pro
are
shop.
at date on that resale?
Yeah, all of those I would say are tied to revenue, so if we drop those, we are, material and equipment for resale, we're 133% of the budget year to date. For on-off sale beer, we're at 83% year to date. We're at 0% for the wine, because she had a good supply. For the other materials for resale, we're 256% of budget year to date. And for clothing for resale, we're at 88.63% of budget year to date. Yep. The special order clothing and equipment for resale, that was new in 2022, and anything that we categorize there as an expense should be offset by collected unbudgeted revenue. because it should only be items that they're ordering for somebody's special order, and they should be paying 100% of those costs. So we don't have anything budgeted for those. Janitorial supplies, 2,500, minor tools, 500, landscape material, 500, gas, oil, and diesel, 5,000, food, 25,000, this is food for resale. Signs, 1,500, travel and conference, 300, it says certification for food safety, do you have to do that every year? No, so she got that this year,
I think for 6 years.
as long as the person doesn't change, because it's the person, so as long as we keep her.
Unless she's looking at having somebody else
Get
go get
served
served
safe.
safe.
Maybe, Nick, could be a good idea to have more than one.
Yeah.
Telephone, 1,650, electricity, 7,200. Cell phone is 200, that's for the tablet they use for sales out on the course. Machinery and equipment, 35,000. They have 5 carts needed to meet demand, or 1 family and 2 or 3 two-person carts.
Can we talk about that one?
Please.
I mean, that's
It's crazy.
a huge expenditure.
Yep.
And, you know, I don't know how many times they're running out of carts. I know I've driven by there and, you know, the cart inventory's down pretty low.
If we did remove it, would you object to removing it under, you know, the current situation and then revisiting it, maybe say August or September of next year, if they had exceeded revenue projections by that time?
Absolutely.
Potentially looking at adding it back, giving some incentive to potentially add it back with increased revenue if we see that happen.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
We did overestimate a little bit of revenue in some areas maybe, but if we do remove it, I would like to share with them some incentive, maybe in a possibility to satisfy that need still yet in 2025 if revenues exceed.
You know, I'm kind of glad we
How much
thought we pushed back on two-wheeled golf carts.
Yeah,
how much does the cart cost?
well, that's 5 carts for
5 carts for
35,000
that?
is what she was saying, yeah.
So zero on that.
Anybody object?
7,000 feet.
What are you putting it to, Misty?
I'm putting it to 0.
Okay.
Computer software, again, this is where we pay the $500 a month for in-season, $250 a month for off-season for Lightspeed. And then the Sentinel One for Black Hills Technology is $132 and the firewall's $475, so $5,110 for that. And a new total for the Pro Shop of $292,185. Let's move that back to the other page and change my projected expenses. I should figure out how to link this so that it updates. So now we're at a $165,532 deficit, and I can go back and change the 212 fund for that, but I'm gonna wait till after we get through Evan's fund.
What's your new projected expenses for all of the golf course?
767,207. And I actually had the formula in there where I only had to change the amount for the Pro Shop. I had the box linked for the total for the other one.
And our deficit is what?
165,532. And if you're all good, we'll move on to the plunge.
Okay.
Page 41, you getting tired, JR? Me too.
It's all running together.
So the projected salaries and wages and associated expenses were adjusted down $53,470 with the current department head's consent. When we use the spreadsheet to estimate salaries and wages, we are estimating being open 7 days a week all year and being fully staffed. We lower this a little bit every year. This isn't new to those of you that have been here. For Gary, this explanation is more for you. Because we know our estimates run so high, And we know that they're projecting an operating loss. With the department head's consent, we try to get a more reasonable figure, looking at previous year's expenses and trying to anticipate the increases. So all of the red notes are the decreases in each applicable line associated with decreasing the salaries and wages. It's still increasing by 50,000 over 2024's projection. Is it gonna be enough? It'd be nice to be open 7 days a week and fully staffed and need the full amount, but right now we have it at 475,000, 36,350 for payroll taxes, 12,000 for retirement, 6,450 for workers' comp, 35,825 for group insurance. So the reason that went up so much over the last year is our current department head at the plunge does not take the city insurance, which is about $12,000 a year. But the next one probably will, and we know we're gonna have one, so I budgeted for it. So that's why that's so much more.
We don't have one yet.
We haven't hired a new department head yet, no. 2,600 for unemployment, 27,000 for insurance, 22,750 for services and fees. Primarily, that's their merchant processing. Almost everybody pays by credit card. It's just right under 3% that we pay for that. But they also have the Black Hills Technology, they have Squarespace, which is their computer website, thank you. I'm tired. Fire extinguisher maintenance, and then they have the US Bank paying agent bond fee annually, and door security. Marketing and advertising, they kept it 25,000. Building repairs and maintenance, they have 35,000. That's to replace the double doors at the north end of the pool, to do some facade repairs, I don't know what they'll do with that, and to replace 2 upper lobby windows. 15,000 for equipment repairs and maintenance, 500 for street walk repairs, 16,000 for supplies. Other materials for resale is 21,000. Merchandise to stock the gift shop. Clothing, this is employee uniform apparel, front desk and lifeguards and slide dispatchers, 2,000. Janitorial supplies, 11,500. Minor tools, 500. Purification chemicals, 4,000. Gas, oil, and diesel, 80. Food, 27,000. That's food for concession or resale. Travel and conference, 1,200. Telephone, 3,100. Utilities, 58,000. Machinery and equipment, $8,775. Black Hills Technology is recommending replacing computers and laptops for the front desk, the facility director, the aquatics director, the maintenance guy, and upgrading the firewall. It also includes 6 lifeguard tubes, 2 suit spinners, and a microwave.
Do we have an idea how old these are? It seems like we got a lot of old equipment, huh?
Yes, and we haven't done this where, and he talked with us about that on that conference call that we were on. He wants to get on a cycle of upgrading because of the security risks. So we hope to get better at that going forward because we can't use old operating systems and not upgrade or pack whatever, I don't.
Do we recommend like a 4-year cycle?
5, I think is where we do that. Computer software, there's Sportsman, point of sale, for that, the annual fee is $3,200. Golf is probably much harder than just admitting people, but I like to compare those two. They do have a bond issue, can't get out of that, so we're paying the principal of $125,000 and interest of $18,650. And so our Evans Plunge total, we didn't change anything, did we? Is $993,810, and they have a projected loss of $286,785. Is there anything you want to go back and talk about on the plunge, or she had a pretty modest budget request?
They're expensive.
You said what?
There's nothing there to whack,
Yeah.
unless we can figure out how to operate it without people.
Yeah.
I think, we had talked about the HVAC unit. They replaced 2 units already this year. They were looking at replacing the 3rd one. And then I think, they've been holding off on getting those double doors replaced at the north end of the pool for a couple of years now. And I think it's a big security issue. And as far as the lobby windows, I think they probably lose a lot of heat out of those windows.
Yeah, I agree with Bill, I didn't see much for you, so are
Yeah.
we leaving that? Do you want me to go update the 212 with the new numbers? Look at that one and then look at the general fund and then call it a night?
Sure.
Any objections?
Are we through everything then, all the tabs?
Oh, wait, 701, I always forget, cemetery perpetual care. 'Cause
Oh, okay.
We said we were gonna put 15,000 in there, and that was gonna be improvement other than buildings. So that, I always forget about that one. That is on page 43, and it's the last tab to the left, it's the 701 cemetery perpetual care. I had nothing budgeted, but if you remember, and I asked you to remind me, so thank you.
I put it in mine, we would have cut it.
Okay, we're adding that 15,000 that we took out of the cemetery general fund budget to that one.
You're putting that under what?
Improvement other than buildings, which is line 4.
Right.
I'm gonna jump over to the 212 fund to give you an idea where we're at with the new subsidies. 65,532. So with the new number for the golf course, this would be a good time to talk about whether we or not, we feel comfortable using any of the cash balance in 620 and
Can I
621.
interrupt you for a second? Go
Sure.
back to the cemetery thing, you said we're gonna put what into it?
15,000, in improvement other than buildings.
So, 22,000 total?
15,000 is the total?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, sorry, apologies.
that's no problem. So one of the things I had mentioned early on in both of those was that they have about 200, a little over 200 each in their cash balance. Our 212 fund, if I change the subsidies to 452,317, we are still looking at a loss of $481,947 in that fund. That's the one that we're gonna lean on for not taking the DOT loan for the sidewalk. So if you would like to consider using some of the available cash balance that we know now is in those funds to subsidize their budget, we can cash apply, but at the end of the year, if they don't have it, that won't work. So for budget purposes, we could say cash applied of a dollar amount. I wouldn't feel comfortable with anything over 100. If you wanted to go lower, I would be fine with that, but nothing over. Or we can just leave it all coming out of the 212 fund, hoping that we end 2025 like we did 23 and 22 and don't need subsidies. But in order to pass balanced budget, we have to address the expenses that exceed revenue.
Well, then, because one of the things I suggested is if we don't use the plunge subsidies or the golf course subsidies, create a line item in the 212 to pay for the runway rebuild in 2031.
Then we start, at the end of the year, we start restricting some
Yes.
equity for a specific project.
Because that's gonna be about $450,000 to $500,000 in 2031 to reconstruct the runway.
But if you make that decision in 2026 or 7, and 2028 or 2029, council changes it, there's always that.
You say that's just like the lighting was a significant expenditure that a previous council made provisions for, and we're not having to dig for it. It's something we as a council need to pay attention to, because that's not gonna be an optional expense. It's a several $1 million project, of which we're responsible for about 5% of it.
great
this
idea.
might be if we don't use the subsidies, that is a potential source without really not doing anything.
Knowing that's coming, if we're in a position where we can at the end of this year even, we should
Yeah.
look at that.
Let's do-
But for 2025, so am I hearing that we don't want to use their cash applied, we want to use it from this 212 fund, and if we don't use it, we want to restrict it in the 212 fund for future airport improvements, meaning the taxiway project in 2031?
Sounds like a plan.
My recommendation.
So no changes, and we're projecting a loss of $481,947 in the additional sales tax fund for 2022's budget. I know it sounds terrible, but 589,000 of that, we changed some numbers, Bill.
2022
Yes, you
budget,
did.
2025, you mean?
Yeah, did I say 22? 25. So the one we changed was line 16, transfers out. Because we adjusted the golf course subsidy needed, we're changing that from the 527,317 to 452,317. And that's probably why you're looking at me funny.
Yeah. Well, that-
And then we're leaving all of the subsidies in the 212 fund. So we're showing that projected loss, but it is under the amount of a one-time expense for the bridge, if you can stomach that.
452,317.
Yes, is the total subsidy. And
So
then,
we're in the 212 page and
Yep.
making these changes.
yep, transfers out,
Transfers out should be what?
452,317. And that's the result of the savings from the golf course you adjusted.
Can you say that again, please?
Yep, 452,317.
And where did you say the suspended sidewalk, where are you proposing that money comes from?
Well, we don't have it in here, because we hope to have it done this year, but I was saying that some of it would come, our proposal before was $1 million from the general fund and 590,000 from the additional sales tax fund. How we determine to break it out, I think we're about 1.6 or 1.7 for our estimate of what we'll need now, projected no more changes to the contract. So I'm not sure how we'll move those dollar amounts, but we are expecting to also take from the cash balance, the available cash balance for that as well.
Yeah, we had talked about the general fund, 212. I just thought I heard you say just the 212 at this point.
Yes,
Okay.
yep, just the 212 has the $481,947 for the 2025 budget, and I just wanted to remind you that we'd be taking out of the cash applied this year also. So we'd be taking probably over $1 million from the available cash from the 212 fund, which is currently at 3.
And we still have a new police officer, right?
But that's not, that's a different fund, so.
Right, I
yeah.
know, yeah.
In our general fund, we're 345,000, so we can move on to that one now, right? If we're done with the additional sales tax fund. This is our last one to discuss. Are you comfortable leaving your projected loss in the general fund at $345,345? Or would you like to address additional cuts? And remember, if we have a cut next year, if you have somebody, you're probably gonna be cutting some people, and maybe you cut them from a different budget, but if we have to do cutback budgeting next year, you can guarantee it'll be probably close to that amount plus whatever we lose if I have 28 classes.
345,000, we haven't figured anything in for what the county might cut. That's a-
Yeah, we do have an increase of 20,000 to what we paid last year in there.
But I would ask that while we're discussing, let me not mention the amount
Dollar
that we
amounts.
talked about in executive session. But yes, you're correct. Sorry.
Which would be an ongoing added expense also, like personnel is. It's not a one-time thing. And you can need you to speak up or forever hold your peace.
And when did you say that the budget would be presented to council?
First meeting in September is the deadline by statute.
So, we'll have an answer tomorrow. I hope about what we discussed in executive session. So if it is, the worst, we can certainly come back and have another one of these, or we could figure out how to address what that amount is.
Can we do it in an executive session at council,
Not the budget
not the
discussions.
budget discussion? Because it'd be an executive decision.
Well, you can make that decision then, but to do this is outside of that.
So we still have time to have another meeting
Right.
to discuss it. About how it's gonna impact us.
So, best case scenario. There is no best case.
All of us.
If the worst case scenario from the support services assessment comes in, and we can't, and we decide we can't do the additional officer, we're still looking at potentially $200,000 to $250,000 deficit.
Anybody wanna hammer out 101 some more tonight, or just say we're gonna reschedule to finalize our, especially the general fund, on another date? Does anybody have any objections to August 16th as the next budget meeting? That's Friday. I know it's in a couple weeks, but I'm gone from the 6th through the 13th. And I would sure like to be part of it, so I
I'm
think,
gone from there to
you are too?
7th through the 13th.
Okay, so either the 15th, Thursday the 15th, or Friday the 16th would be my recommendations. It'd be nice if we could do it for like an hour, and that's it, and not rehash everything that we talked about tonight, but,
School starts that Monday, on the 19th.
oh, so maybe the 15th?
Oh, I'm
What-
just saying.
Okay, yeah, 15th or 16th,
I've got the 15th open on my calendar. I have a family coming.
on the 16th?
I have no social life, I can be there.
Okay. Does August 15th work for everybody? Do we
That's a
want to?
Thursday?
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be fine.
At what time?
I don't know, 5
Will you be
o'clock,
there
4
the
o'clock?
15th?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I haven't energized.
Bob,
soon,
you be there?
11, but
I was thinking like 5 or 4. 4 or 5.
Either of those work
I can
for
do
you.
4.
Okay, lobby closes at 4 at City Hall, so we could get away.
Okay.
So 4 o'clock for August 15th is when we're gonna come back and just finish up the general fund. We're not gonna relook at everything. If there's anything that changes that we need to talk about, we certainly can, but I'd like to just focus just on the general fund then.
All right. Anything else? All right, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
I got Larry Pratt, second Linda Varvel.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
Motion passes. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you.